Hello, hello. We're live. Hello, hello. We're live. All right, sorry guys, we're just getting set up right now. Once again, OSC King of the Hill, number 124. 194. Just, squaring away that we can use the mod that fixes the cyclone bug. Because obviously the cyclone bug is a problem. It's a big problem. There's a couple other bugs in the patch, but that one is legit game breaking. Like, yeah, legit massively game breaking, and that's obviously a big problem. So we will want to fix that if at all possible. All right, we're gonna run a couple minutes as. Hey, welcome, Krabuki. It's going to be Moja versus Han Mono to start things off. But Terrans were so weak. I know, right? Heh. All right, we'll be right back. Gotta fill up my water. Derpy Cam, as always. Nice. Hey, welcome for Jumi. All right. I believe we're waiting for Moja. Moja. It's fun to mess around with it. Oh, there he is. Perfect. Just got online. Oh. Did we have... Yeah, okay, we've added that. Oh, perfect. We're on Team Liquid. The man everyone's talking about, Liquid Clam. Hanmano's picking Abyssal Reef. Really? What cheeky cheddar can you do on Abyssal Reef? Huh. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what Hanmano's got cooking up. Thank you very much, Bane, sub over the tier 1 resub at 15 months. 15. All day. $1.25 years. Herm. What? I don't know. What's wrong with me? What's wrong? There's something. There's something. We know. We know it's something. Pop, 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 pop. Husband of Mrs. Banesupper. Ah. Mr. Banesupper is my father's name. I don't know. Somebody gave me some goofball pills this morning. All right. So, Moja. It is his first time sitting as the king. Moja really got my attention at Home Story Cup 25, where he had a banging performance. Absolutely looked incroyable. All right, yeah, they Moja made the Cyclone bugless version. Anyways, so yeah, that's good. I assume all the players will make the bugless version anyways, with the add-on that removes the, or well, not even removes, fixes the bugs. Which is very important, IMO. IMO. It's really bad. It's really bad. I guess depending on how you view fractions, it's a 25% damage increase to the Cyclone, both in DPS and overall damage done, which is just game breaking. It's just game breaking. And well, we can't have that. So it's yeah. Obviously the players are well aware of the situation, so they're dealing with it. Hey, welcome, Aihatsu. Are you casting this one as well, or? Okay, this one's played on Central. Let's get into it. Here we go, spawning up at the top left. It is Moja. Rockin' the pink. And his opponent. He's a man who enjoys his cheddar, and he likes it well. He had a heck of a run 2 weeks ago. He took down multiple Protoss players and very nearly, multiple European Protoss players, very nearly took down, I believe it was Shameless, with a wild 3 Rax Reaper. The man knows his cheese. It is Hanmano. Unfortunately, no longer a part of Hyper One. Hyper One announced, I believe, yesterday or maybe the day before that he's actually taking a step back from competitive grassroots SC2 because Blizzard sucks. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that was the underlying message, is that they kind of suck. They've kind of abandoned us, left us to starve in the wilderness. And, well, one, I kind of agree with him that it sucks, and 2, no, that's actually it. It just sucks. The whole thing sucks. We do see a gas versus double gas out of Hanmano. Also, put the depot in the back, which is kind of funny. Oh, wow, he's going Marauder. I was thinking it might be a very quick Cyclone, but this is super, super weird. No scout coming in just yet. Mojo will be going for his own quick tech lab. This will likely be for Cyclones because, I mean, if you see your opponent making Cyclones, you want Cyclones yourself. Oh, it's one Marauder into Cyclone. And he lifts... Wait, is this going to be Siege Tanks then? No, it is going to be Cyclone. Okay. Hanmano avoids the grenade. Moja gets the scout that, yeah, opponent is going Reaperino. Hey, welcome. It's Just Fork. Can't cast today, just watching. Oh, nice. Magali Fieldio. Reaper is going to get in here. If he gets the scout, it's so funny. I've actually gotten so used to seeing this and being like, oh, that's Hurricane engines or Hurricane thrusters before the Balance Council admitted, wait a minute, this thing doesn't have thrusters. It's got wheels. What drives wheels? Steam. What uses steam, or what powers steam? Coal. What uses coal? Engines. Yeah. Definitely not taking a circuitous route there. We do see tank production being rushed out by Moja. And against this, that is very good. That is very, very good. Hanmano is expanding behind this, but Moja's command center is already done, morphing into an orbital. This needs to get huge damage. Now, will it? That is the question. Did the barracks see this second tank? I don't think so. I don't think so. He might think there's just the one tank. Now, I will say because it's tanks, the mobility issues for Moja could become a big problem. And a Viking being produced is not actually... Oh. Hello. Well, that's something. A Viking will not cut it because Megfield Accelerator is going to absolutely blank a Viking. Oh my god, he's going after the siege tank. Was that an attempted bait? Maybe? This actually looks really, really dangerous for Moja right now. Like, there's a lot of potential damage. Cyclone gets immediately eviscerated. Viking will pop out. Hanmano. Oh my goodness, that was close. Oh, that was very, very close. No, we don't drop on top of that. Oh my god, there was a Marine there and he almost lost... Well, almost is maybe too strong a word. 22 HP will survive a few Marine shots, but still gallivanting around is a little bit dangerous. Moja, the thing is, Hanmano even needs quite a bit more than he found. That looked really good, but it wasn't even close to enough damage. Now behind this, oh, that's a big mistakey right there. Yeah, Hanmano's down quite a few workers. Behind this though, oh my goodness, battle cruiser. Okay, landing it might have actually been worse. It was gonna die regardless, but I think there's more damage with 2 unstimmed Marines and a sieged up tank than 1 Viking, especially because the unit has, or the building has armor. Banshee gonna try and draw this Viking into the Cyclones and will not quite be enough. Got back up to the high ground technically. This is a high ground, low ground difference. I think it is, right? Oh man, now I'm questioning myself. Yeah, it is. Right? I don't even remember. It looks like it though. Either way, Moja survives. And I'm pretty sure based on the unit behavior right there it is. Oh yeah, he's got to rebuild the barracks. I was like, wow, he's going barracks after getting a battle cruiser, but he needs that if he wants to build more factories, which I don't see how you go anything but mech out of this as Hanmano. I will say Hanmano's 3rd CC is done, and the battle cruiser does have some potential, but Moja building double Viking, he hasn't seen that it's BC, but that will be very handy for him. And of course, he's got the Raven interference matrices available. How many of them does he have? Actually, where's that second Raven? Oh, okay. Oh, wow. He's covering both mineral lines. I wonder if he's been BC rushed by Hanmano in the past. It could just be... Well, actually, he did see a Banshee, so it could just be, hey, I'm worried about Cloak, and he's just defensively set up. But this is a pretty ideal situation for Moja. Already going to have 3 Vikings out. 2 more well on the way by the time this BC shows up. And if he flies across the map, there's going to be time for even more Vikings. Moja also starting his bio transition. Obviously, Stim already halfway done, and he's got a couple of barracks on the way. Oh, I believe that scan saw the... No, it didn't. Wow, it actually missed the fusion core. Now, these Cyclones will kill any unit on its own in a hurry, so Moja does need to be a little bit careful. Oh.
Research is done. You're out of supply.
That is going to be a
Build
very
more
dead
depots.
tank, I believe. Yeah. Could have been worse. Oh, interference matrix. No, the bad rally on the... Oh my god, that's a disaster. Hanmano loses it. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. I don't even know if it fired a single shot. Oh, that is a straight up disaster. It's a disaster. We do have a Banshee getting into the natural now. This is the one that's left over from earlier. That's some nice damage, but losing a BC, losing your first BC for almost no value. Okay, now that's kind of nice. Let's get a kill on one of the Vikings, and keeps the Banshee alive. Still though, this is not looking too hot. He's building more BC. He built it. I mean, I guess it makes sense. He made Yamato cannon, but I don't know. It's so important to retain those BCs. Now, Hanmano has rushed up to an incredibly fast 4th base, and this is a good map to do this on. I will say BCs kind of tend to struggle until they get their upgrades, though. But at the same time, Moja's not getting double NG Bay. Unless I'm mistaken and I missed the second one. No, yeah, he's not getting double NG Bay. So the lack of armor will make these BCs more effective. Oh, he does take down the missile turret. Nice job right there. This time he can teleport out. Oh, he actually baited the interference matrix. As you can see there, where is it? Yeah. So the BC gets hit by the matrix, but it doesn't matter. The teleport's already underway, and it's already happening. Now double armory comes on. Hanmano supply blocked brutally, actually, using the depot top hat there, and immediately resupply blocked again because, I mean, he was just so badly blocked. Moja, though? Okay, what does Hanmano actually have to stop this push? He's got way less tanks than his opponent, which is funny to say. But this little Cyclone counterattack, it will be super disruptive. And I don't know how helpful these Cyclones would be at defending the push. Oh my god, Hanmano, no. No, we need to save those. Meanwhile, though, on the other side of the map, the push is, I think, just going to end the game. Yeah, that supply block. He needed to be building tanks that whole time. Interference matrix comes through. We will see the mass repair on the BC, keeping it alive for a while, but it's not even shooting right now. And even if it were, well, I mean, if it were, it might be... There are so many. Look at this. He just has it on hold position because he knows if he moves away from the SCVs, it'll just die. This is really funny to see. This is really funny to see. I think this is technically a war crime. Cyclones will pop out. They are going to kill 3 of those Vikings very quickly. The thing is, there's like almost no anti-air for Moja outside of those Vikings. But the moment the BCs move away from... Ooh. Siege tank. Oh, he lost vision. Okay, he gets it again. We'll be able to take down 2 of these tanks. No, yeah, this should be too much. Moja just really needs to make sure he doesn't lose all of his anti-air. He does know about this base, right? No, but he's about to find out. He's like, wait a minute, how long have you had that for? Wait just a gosh darn second. This was kind of Hanmano's... Oh, Moja needs to retarget on top of this tank. Hanmano needs a scan, though, I think. No, he's not in range of this one. Okay, never mind. Oh, he definitely needs to repair this command center. Oh, my goodness. Okay, never mind. He's, well, Moja just disengages. If Hanmano keeps that base up, there is still a chance. Oh, he lost the orbital. Did he? He's still on 3 orbitals, so he must have made this one on the top side an orbital. Bio is going to stim into the natural. Oh, battlecruiser forced to teleport away. Even now, if Moja loses the Vikings, this game is still in danger. Hanmano, teleport! No! He needs to be retaining those BCs. Hang on, these 2 Vikings. Oh my goodness, all of a sudden he's almost got no Vikings. Hanmano's only down 11 workers. He's got this base on the top right. Moja is going to incidentally find it, though, and that's a big deal. Moja is also getting up to this 4th base, which he's made an orbital. This is really, really nice for Moja spotting this. If he hadn't found this, this would have been a big problem. Huge, huge problem. Surely this... Did he... Yeah, he lost the orbital to the natural. Oh, he's rebuilding it manually. Bunch of SCVs running all over the place. Moja will reconsolidate, and he's definitely still in a massive, massive lead. But... Well, okay, he does still have 1 Raven. Still has a good Viking count. I was going to say he might not be able to end the game easily anymore. And he kind of had his opponent in, like, a chokehold. Okay, well, that's a... Oh! Never mind. That was like, yeah, 4 free Cyclones. Okay, Hanmano simply cannot afford that. Abyssal Reef, though, is just such a garbage map. It's just... It can be difficult to kill opponents on this map. As we saw right there. God, I hate this map with a burning, fiery passion. I thought we were done with it. I do think Moja is going to win this game. Interference Matrix comes in. Probably would have been better to save that one, but not the worst thing in the world. Hanmano, oh my god, we gotta get this out of here. He's gonna lose it. No lift coming through, and that's Moja taking an even bigger lead now. We do see a couple BCs trying to counterattack. Missile turret will fire away at them. Oh. Wait, did he just cancel his own Yamato? Ooh, Interference Matrix comes in. That is going to trap this 1 BC. Very nicely done from Moja. Cyclones will find quite a few of these Vikings here. But he's going to lose every single Cyclone. Those Cyclones are not cheap. Not anymore. These are expensive Cyclones again. Will the Terran economy ever financially recover from this? Time will tell. But the answer may surprise you. It's yes. Because mules. Wow, look at that. That's a lot of Marauders. Moja's been going very heavy on the Marauders pretty much this whole game. And that's probably the first time it's really, really paid off for him. Just the anti-building damage is pretty insane. And yeah, this time, this is also going to pay off for him. Moja will take down Hanmano in game number 1. Pretty entertaining one. Hanmano was definitely on the ropes for a lot of that game. But he stayed alive for a while. It was a cool style. Yeah, I think you need to find more damage, though, with the early setup. No love for Moja there. Thank you very much, Sipnanet, for the Tier 1 resub at 9 months. Welcome, Jinkai Shi. Oh, do we have Cham coming in? Hey, thank you, Thorn, for the 200 resub at 39 months. YouTube sucks for live interaction, but I am spending more time on YouTube. Very fair. There's definitely some upside to using the YouTube. Bum 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 bum. Wow 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 wow. I wonder who we'll see come out. Yeah, not sure who the next player will be, but we will see. Yeah, I'm YouTube Go Live notifications seem to work so much better than Twitch for some reason. Really? Wow. Yeah, Twitch does a really good job of dropping the ball. Which is super disappointing. I do need to be better, and I try to do that, but I didn't do that this morning. Especially when it's an early morning. This is the cheesiest player alive competition. Nice. The funny thing is, I actually do really enjoy watching Terran Mech versus Terran Bio. But any other version of... And honestly, TVP Mech is fun because it is so rare. But any other version of Mech is... Well, it's not... It's not my favy. It's not my favy. I definitely don't enjoy watching TVZ Mech. Because usually it's either overpowered or it doesn't work. There are very few situations where it feels like you can, at the very, very top level, where the players are outplaying. Was this really Terran Bio? Out of Moja? I would say so. I mean, he had the intent of playing Bio, but he definitely rushed out Vikings and tanks. But I think that was more so defensively to deal with Han Mono. That is just how it be. He built a few Marines, just definitely not a ton. Wow, I can become a member of my own channel for exclusive perks. Thank you, YouTube. Yeah, he definitely went very, very Marauder heavy. Like, super, super Marauder heavy. Fingers crossed. I guess Marauders doesn't count as bio. Welcome, Demi. And welcome, Moja. Yeah, I assume the early tanks was just a general response to Han Mono because he is so aggressive. And I mean, tanks are... I'm really surprised he picked... Abyssal Reef. But I feel like tanks are really good on Abyssal Reef. Like, I feel like you can lock down your 2 and even 3 base setup pretty quickly to the Fast Tech Lab factory. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because that's pretty much always going to be like aggressive Cyclone play, right? And against that, just having defensive tanks, especially on a map like that, is going to be really good. Yeah, because even though you get like got caught a little bit by the quick drop, like you are still quite far ahead in workers. Never play against that build, so I don't know the timings. Ah, true. Yeah, the high ground scouting racks does make things uncomfortable to deal with. But as long as you don't unsiege the tanks, yeah, it's not the end of the world. Even with like the lost mining time, losing a few SCVs, losing a few Marines, losing the Cyclone that popped out. You think he misses Cyclone drop? True. All right, so it looks like Quanta was MIA, so we're going with Rebellion, also known as Yelzazing, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with that by all means. Not that I have anything against Quanta, but, you know, we don't need so many TVTs. We don't need an unlimited number of TVTs. Although, to be fair, there'll probably be more PvPs throughout the day. But I do enjoy... Actually, this is a match I don't think I've ever seen. I don't know that I've ever seen... Actually, I don't even know if they've played competitively. Let's see. I mean, Mojo could probably tell me in the chat, but... I don't know if he's got that crazy good memory that... like Roddy and Cyril have. Okay, yeah, it says Aligulac they've never played, according to Aligulac. And that makes sense. Being from the Korean and European region, there's a lot of times where unless you're like playing the weeklies all the time and getting very, very deep, like both players, you're probably not playing against one another. And I don't think Moja plays any of the NA tournaments. I know Rebellion... plays a decent... Actually, wait, does he? I might be thinking of KSL even. I think he... No. He plays, he plays the NA tournament sometimes. Yeah. They haven't won a Premier tournament in 2 years. I thought they hadn't won a Premier tournament in like 15 years. Or 30 years. But yeah, somebody was asking about Euthermal's tweet the other day. After Clem... Clem kind of recovered. Yeah, Clem kind of recovered. It literally is 2 years since Hero 1 DreamHack Atlanta. True. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But that one doesn't count. It's not a Premier tournament because it doesn't fit my narrative. What? Yeah. I will say I think this current patch will be difficult for Protoss particularly in TvP, and I've never shied away from like the concept that yeah, it's tough. Not even Clem can win with Protoss. Kappa. Kappa, Kappa. Yeah, he barely forced it to 5 games. My favorite like counter argument to that is like yeah, my favorite counter argument to that is oh man, my brain actually just switched off completely. That's fine. It was never on. Oh yeah, when Clem plays, they're like the best Terran in the world loses to like the 7th best Terran in the world with his off race. It's like yes, his off race. His off race. Not his main race. His off race. You know that he's... Did you try to turn your brain off and on again? I tried a while ago, but it got stuck in the off position, and it's just been there ever since. It's just been there ever since. But yeah, basically, it's just... I find the narrative a little bit tired and tiresome. Of, like, Protoss just being unable to win. I don't think it's easy. I genuinely don't think that at all. But I do think that, like... I think that we haven't seen a Serral or a Maru or a Clem with Protoss yet. I do think the closest is probably Max Pax. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top left, it is Moja. In the pink. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right, it is Rebellion. In the blue. The thing is, I genuinely think that Clem is just, like, right now the best player in the world. Like, I think that if the game is played fairly, he's probably going to win most of the time. Like, if the game is fair. And the cool thing is that Gumiho actually was the one who won Home Story Cup. And Clem actually had a better record against Gumiho with his Protoss than his Terran at that tournament. That's what people are also not talking about, which is... I mean, it's first of all, it's just neat. I think that's just super cool. Wait, Rebellion picked this map. Does he have some kind of magic wand that makes Terran Doom drops impossible? Why did he pick this? I'm not saying he's going to lose. I'm just saying it feels like picking this map into Terran is like... Well, it has me wondering. I'll say that. Has me wondering. Broodor has been out for twice as long and still regularly complains about balance. Yeah, they haven't had a balance patch in such a long time. Such a long time. The thing is, I'm not against giving Protoss some help. Like, I've said this many times. I actually do think Protoss could use a little bit of help with stability in general. And, like, there is a valid question to be raised because MaxPax has shown us that the skill ceiling of Protoss is very, very high. And even Clem has also done the same thing. But, I don't know. I just think... I just think disregarding player skill is, like, really unfair to players like Clem, to players like Serral, to players like Maru, even to players like Hero, honestly. Honestly, it's unfair to all the players, really. All right. Anyways, we've got ourselves an Oracle opener. It was a Gate Nexus out of Rebellion. So he's got himself... Well, actually, he should have a bigger economic lead than he does. He should be up by more than 4 probes. Oh my goodness, he's going for a fleet beacon here. He did energy overcharge the Oracle. And that will let him see 2 additional barracks. Technically, he hasn't seen the first barracks yet. As far as he knows, there could be something else here, but... I mean, it'd be very unlikely. Oh, Stasis Ward will get triggered. Because he used... Well, he needs another Stasis, honestly. Hang on. Can he hold this? Can he possibly hold this? We're going to see the Oracle turning on its Pulsar Beam on the other side of the map, and that will be a problem for Moja to deal with. 3 SCVs go down, but... I mean, once again, like... Can you possibly hold this with the investment into a fleet beacon? He's doing a mama ship rush. Well, if he lives, this is going to be great. How does he possibly live? He's going to have a Guardian Shield and 2 additional force fields. I mean, Moja's only got 1 Marauder. I do like that he's taking down this gateway. Oh, Lens Flare. It's Lens Flare o'clock. Do we just stim in and go? I guess not. 2 more force field, or 2 more sentries warp in. Is this just gonna work for Rebellion? Oh. Ooh, gotta be careful. Okay, does keep the Oracle alive. 3 more gates in production. This is... I actually think this has really strong potential to work. Because Moja didn't want to commit in. And I mean, to be fair, force fields are really scary for a 3-Rax, because if you stim, your opponent force fields you out, you've just done so much damage to your own army and maybe gained nothing. This is... I actually think Rebellion might just win this game with a Mothership recall into his opponent's main. This would be so pimp. Uh-oh. The potential right now for Moja to get put on a poster, to get dunked on, is non-zero right now. Now where... Oh, he's cutting across. Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Moja's gonna see it. Oh my god. He's out of position, though. Recall. Okay, he doesn't get close to the ramp, so he is not going to be able to force field the ramp. Here comes the unit's Time Warp. Will be very powerful. Moja's like, what the fuck? He recalled the probe! Yo! Force field there. Oh my god, this SimCity is so bad for Moja. Time Warp. Time Warp and Cloaking Field. We can't see! No, wait, we got the missile turret. We got the missile turret. Oh, we lose the Oracle. Very awkward. But he doesn't actually need it that badly. I think this is going to work. There's the scan coming in. Force fields are going to be good. The army is not even touching him. There is a counterattack on the other side of the map. This Mama ship is standing strong. No Guardian... Oh, no, there's the Guardian Shield. It does expire, actually, so it was popped earlier. There's just so much, like, so many effects. I didn't even think about it. The production is dying. I think Moja is actually just losing this game. On the other side of the map, the medevac that got these units here... No, he stimmed right in. He just stimmed in. Medevac's going to pop out. Well, they're just going to die, actually. Yeah, I think Rebellion's done it. Rebellion's done it with a Mothership rush. There's not enough units left over. There's a couple Marauders, but they don't shoot up. The beams. 16 kills on this Mama ship. 17 and counting. GG gets called. Rebellion gets it done with the Mothership rush. Wah. If that doesn't put a smile on your face, then you are a Terran. Damn. I love energy overcharge. It's strong. It is a really strong ability. Don't call me Shirley. Welcome, Mace, on YouTube. Yeah, I legit found it so baffling when Reddit was like, God, energy overcharge is so weak. Ah! Like, it's really good. It's a really good ability. It's really strong. So much potential. At least High Templars are not useless on Warpin. They're really strong. They're really strong. They can't be defended. Do you mean Redditors? Because, yeah, I don't think they should be defended. I don't think anyone should be defending Redditors at this moment. You've beaten Clem with this build? Today is third success. Very happy. Let's go. Let's go. You've beaten Clem with that build? Okay, can I get the replays? Or the replay? It does look very strong. It looks very, very strong. I can show replay if you like. Oh, and oh my god, in the Olima League. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Very cool. Mothership is very strong. Oh, it's going to be Rebellion versus Quanta now, I think. Ah. Thank you for the games, Moja. Yes, have replay. Ah, very cool, very cool. Actually, we'll see if he can be slotted back in. I'm not sure. I know Eddie organizes everything, and it's a lot of work. So we do appreciate Eddie SC2 very, very much. And if you want to support Eddie SC2, you can join the OSC Elite Club, or you can go to !OSC Champ. We appreciate Eddie SC2. We sure do. We sure do. And we also appreciate Baby Marine. Welcome, Baby Marine. Hope you're doing well. How was Home Story Cup? I hope it was a good time. Yeah, that build actually does look really, really strong. Look at Rebellion being the first one to bust this one out. It was good I threw some games. Ah. It's because Sal was there. He just rubs off on people, you know? Can't be helped. Can't be helped. I do wonder what the best way to deal with that is. Think you start 3 racks for a Stargate? Defensible for 1 Raven? Do you just need the Raven for detection? I mean, the SimCity didn't do you any favors, that's for sure. Oh, I need to fix the bracket link. What am I doing? What am I doing? The bracket for the OSC King of the Hill. I think Nightbot has been throwing me off because it is... it's now all in Comic Sans for some reason, or like... close enough that it makes no difference. I actually don't know if it's actually Comic Sans. It's been so long since I've actually seen that. That text. Three racks is trash at the moment. Anyways. Okay, so it looks like it is going to be Baby Marine. So it's not going to be Quanta. Baby Marine. I believe. Everything apart from 111 Mind Drop is trash now. True. I feel like it's kind of tricky because yeah, I don't know. I mean, Mind Drop can still get good value, I feel. Like, it's... The thing is, you don't need to kill a lot of probes. Twitch chat is actually GM right now. It's true. Twitch chat GM is no longer a meme. It's just reality. If you do anything special apart from Mind Drop, for example, Banshee or 3CC, or gambling that they don't go Sentry and scout it. True. True. What server do the players play? That is a good question. I think it's a case-by-case basis. Mind Drop is cheap enough so it doesn't matter. What about 3CC builds? Because if they scout the 3CC fast, is it a problem? Like, can they just be aggressive with Blink Stalkers while being greedy themselves and kind of chip away at you for free? Is that the big problem? If they scout the 3CC, they use all Chronos on probes and get very fast third. Yeah, makes sense. Who'd have thought that reactive play, or that seeing everything would allow you to react correctly? Not me. I would never expect that. Actually bonkers. Bonkers concept. Wild world we live in. Right. Let's see if he does it again. Is Rebellion onto something? Let's find out. Spawning down on the bottom right for Streamer Zone, it is Baby Marine. In the red. And his opponent spawning up at the top left, it is Rebellion. In the blue. not from one extreme to another. Yeah, I mean, I think that is a valid point. Like, does energy overcharge in the scouting, or at least it's a valid question to raise, does it remove too much versatility from Terran? And the question should not be, should we be removing versatility from one race? Rather, should we be looking for ways to add it to the others? Because I will say that in the previous patch, most, not every, but most and many Terrans were going just Medevac, Cyclone, Marine, just because it was you know, it was just a goated build. It was just a really, really good build. Yeah, just because Cyclones were, you didn't need the tech lab. They were so versatile. You didn't have to do that in every match, but you also didn't have to really stray away from it. And there were a lot of different builds. How does 6 Marine Mine Drop fare on new patch? Because I feel like even if that gets scouted, it's not the worst thing in the world. And like, that can look just like a mine drop for a little bit. But at the same time, then if you're just oscillating between 6 Marine Mine Drop and, you know, double Mine Drop, it's not that big of a difference. I think if you make energy overcharge an ability you have to research, that would feel very anti-Protoss. That would feel pretty bad. Ooh. Nice job getting that one probe there by Baby Marine, and he will get out. And there is that energy overcharge being used for the quick scout. It was funny to hear MaxPack saying basically like, well, you can't use this ability because it slows down your build too much. I think that was... I think MaxPax is a little bit too much... He's too rigid, I think, with his play. He only ever tries to out-micro opponents and out-muscle them. I don't think there's enough strategic variance. I guess versus Clem it does matter. The thing is, there's such a deep layer of meta to just those two players between the two of them. Oh, Reaper. Okay, how much info did that just grab? Saw the Twilight. He's already seen the second and third gateway. Saw the Robo as well. Okay, pretty much full info. Will be Cloak Banshee coming in from Baby Marine. And we did see Rebellion. Well, he scouted this with that setup. Will Baby Marine be able to find the value he's looking for? The thing is, this could look like the Raven setup, but obviously we know that it's not. Oh, this is an interesting little pylon. I guess that's a scouting pylon. I mean, I don't know that I like it, actually. Just feels like a vulnerability more than anything. Baby Marine is going to try and sneak to the left side with a tank Banshee push, or sorry, tank push, while the Banshees go in. One into the main, one into the natural. Ooh, Sentry is going to go down. This is actually already quite nice damage coming in from Baby Marine. And that first tank going to siege up. Second one is being pursued. God, we need to figure out that Leviathan situation. Oh, big blink forward right on top of the tanks. Gets one of them before it sieges. This is a very nice, decisive jump from Rebellion. I actually really, really like that move. And now he cleans up one Banshee. Second one is going to go back into the main. Oh, yeah, this feels... Well, okay. It's very important that he doesn't lose more probes, but he's actually lost track of this one Banshee. Oh, this could be what Baby Marines needs to make up for the loss of that whole army. Because even though he got some good economic damage done, losing that entire army is a big problem for him. Because his opponent's already on 3 Nexi. Rebellion should be chronoing probes like a madman right now. That should be his... Man, that is a... that is a long wall. That is a long wall of depots. 5 depots in that wall. Are we going to see a blink into the main base? Jeez, I hope not. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay, no. No, we abandon ship. Abandon ship. That was very close. That was very close to being a straight-up disaster because Stim is done. Oh, I like this. After he kills the Observer, sends out a singular drop to the left side. That could be a really nice little move. Looks like Rebellion has now shot back up in the probe count. He does have the Templar Archives on the way. Charge coming in as well. Oh. Baby Marine. Oh, he is going to be able to find these Stalkers with their blink on cooldown. Gets 2 of them very quickly. Will find the 3rd. Oh. That one Marauder. Oh, he's actually going to be able to finish the kill. I was like, man, I don't know if he can get this. This feels like maybe a little bit of an overreach, but it was not. Excellent little move right there from Baby Marine to secure an extra Stalker kill. That's a cherry on top of the cherry on top of the sundae. Not often you double your cherry. What a weird way I just said that. What? Who am I? Oh, Zealots not all getting into the fight here. We do see a recall being used. That is very awkward for Rebellion, and Baby Marine starting to find some really great value. Siege Tank in a great position at the natural. He's got free purchase on a couple of tanks. Widowmine Field. Ooh. Well, decent mine shots, but not the greatest ever. Still good. Still, that was enough for Rebellion to push that back, and I think that was wise of Baby Marine to just disengage, get out of there. God, it is just so hard to kill an opponent on Abyssal Reef. Ooh, Zealot warping on the other side of the map. That's going to be a nuisance to deal with. Only gets 1 unit kill. Oh, Widowmine. Oh, no. Why'd we go? Oh, can he get away? Yeah. No, he won't. He's going to lose it, isn't he? Oh, my God. 1 HP. I think it might have literally regenerated a shield. No. Wait, what is that? Wait, what? Must have regenerated 2 shields? Because there's +1 weapons? Wow. That's funny. Vikings being produced. Are we going to recall this? It's so low on HP. Rebellion is trying to move forward. Storm is on the way. Both players on +1 weapons. Cancel on the 4th CC. Does cost him a couple Zealots, but he's got his own 4th Nexus nearly done behind it. Force Fields. Oh, EMP. Does land on the Observer. Reveals it. Very nice. Vikings able to confirm the kill. Looks like he did lose that 1 Prism. Energy Overcharge is used right here. We got Storm finishing up in a couple of moments. Rebellion definitely needs to transfer probes to his new base. Oh, he actually needs to build some probes. He's only on 59 workers, so he needs to find a good fight here. Definitely needs to find a good fight. There's that spotter pylon. Fortunately, does not supply block him. Oh, a little bit of a weird blink right there. Oh, God, these storms. These flanking storms could be huge. EMP going to land. Oh, the storms. Oh, EMP tries to land, but obviously it's not going to be easy. Monster storms right there. And while Baby Marine gets out with pretty much his entire army, It cannot fight for a while. He is on 3 medevacs. They don't have an insane amount of energy. They are absolutely going to run out of juice, getting this army just back up to like half HP. He needs medevacs, and he needs them bad. And now that makes this okay for Rebellion, I think. Now, Rebellion does need to either tech up or do something. He's going to try and take a 5th base on the left side. Surprising he's not taking this base. Oh, Zealot's trying to run by in the natural. Will be able to get a little something done. Both players on 1-1. Rebellion actually finding like 3 Marauders there with these Zealots. That ain't so bad. He does need to split his High Templar. They do have a lot of energy. But since they're all clumped up, EMPs would be a huge problem. 2nd robotics facility being produced. Oh, wow. He was only on 7 gateways this whole time. Just now getting up to 9 and about to be 11. 10? 10. And then 11. That is how numbers work. But the 11th gateway was quite a bit later is what I was more alluding to. +2 weapons will kick in for Rebellion very shortly. Planetary Fortress not quite done. Those are not pretty force fields, but they will kind of section this position off. Storm's also going to do the same. 2 High Templar likely will go down. He's not going to be able to kill this command center, I don't think, unless he commits really hard. You just got to get out of here with the army. Yeah, Baby Marine was ready with the repair anyways. So even if he had committed super hard there, he probably would have lost that. Or probably would have not gotten it. But he killed 24 SCVs with all that. Now he... Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this route. There's no way out. There's no way out. But the army is so low for Baby Marine. No. Okay, I was like, I think they both have this backwards. I think this is Rebellion that should be running from this army. Baby Marine, though, he's still in so much trouble right now. Rebellion is whittling him down. Now, 2-2 is going to kick in for Baby Marine, and he's getting that medevac energy upgrade. Once again, the main problem is the medevac healing. Oh, look at that pickup on the Immortal. It doesn't matter at all, and in fact, costs him the Prism. Do we have any Storms available? Looks like Energy Overcharge was used. It's halfway through its cooldown. God, the ability to instantly warp in and have access to 2 Storms is so strong. There's only 1 Ghost on the field, and it does not have EMP. This is a big problem. Oh, but this could be the saving grace. Now, will he be sending too many units away? Maybe. If Rebellion cannot... Oh my god, Storm on a single Marauder. If Rebellion cannot capitalize on 30 army supply being sent away, that will be a bit of a problem for him. Because this drop's got a lot of potential. Okay, we got to see an instant recall just about. Not the fastest. Baby Marine able to get away. Leaving 2 Sacrificial Lamb Marines there. No 3-3 started up yet for Baby Marine because he is very poor. He's been rebuilding SCVs a little bit. Back up to 57. Oh, losing that 1 Ghost is a big problem. He didn't even get an EMP. We do need to see a split. There we go. Splits the High Templar, but after the EMPs have pretty much already landed, that's all the... Oh, I think he might have had 1 Storm. He morphed the Archons. I want to say it was at 74 or 75 energy right there, but that's a big problem. We're going to see the re-engage coming in from Rebellion. He's got a lot of money in the bank. Going to be on 12 gateways very shortly. The triple drop back into the main base. That's going to be able to kill this Forge almost 100%. Finding the Robo as well. Oh, and this might be what opens the game up completely. Baby Marine trying to micro in the main base and also kite against the Zealots on the front. We're not all Clem. It's not that easy. But there's just a lot of units in the main, and this is looking like Baby Marine has now taken control of this game. That triple drop just blew this one wide open. Oh, man, and every warp-in just feels so costly. Can he get that 1 medevac? No, he cannot. He gets the other one. Finally going to clean this up with some High Templar. But even still, he's going to potentially lose this very high energy one. Oh, does go down. It's a disaster. Disaster after disaster. There's a disruptor back here, but it's going to get gunned down. He fired the shot way too late. And Rebellion was in a really good position, but Baby Marine got into the main base with that triple drop. Well, I mean, he got into the natural, was very disruptive with it, and then got into the main, and that was what did the damage. If Rebellion had been able to deflect that triple drop, I think he would still be winning this game. Just because he's on 5 bases, and he's been on 5 bases for a while. Baby Marine never started his 3-3. There would be 2-2 done for Rebellion right now. He'd be on a bunch of disruptors. He'd be still having that Storm Tech. Nice EMP does hit the Warp Prism. Not going to be able to prevent these High Templar from dropping out. Is this a good enough fight for Rebellion? I don't think so. The spread from Baby Marine is very, very nice. Excellent arc. Well, actually, is it? I mean, the arc was very nice. I mean, is it this enough? Nexus does go down. How many medevacs get taken out? Oh, he blinked, anticipating a different direction on these units. He needs to hunt down every single medevac to have even a remote chance. I really don't think he's got a remote chance at this point. Oh, that one 6 HP. And that was the fully loaded one. Rebellion's going to blink it on top of this. Snipes down the Liberators. Actually, hang on, the Zealots. Hang on, if he gets that one medevac. No. It's a 50 army supply lead. There's a massive economic disparity. More damage is being done behind this by a ranged Liberator. It was a better looking fight than I expected, but there we go. We found the army supply of Baby Marine, and Baby Marine with that will find his victory. That was a bit of a banger. That was kind of a great game, wasn't it? Kind of a bit of a banger. Yeah, I wish more than anything, people on Reddit would just shut the fuck up and watch the game sometimes. You know? That would be fun. Like, I'm not saying that the game can't be improved, but like sometimes just maybe watch the game and maybe like listen to the people that have covered it for like 14, 15 years. Like when Roddy says something, he's not just pissing in your ear and telling you it's rain. No, he'll tell you he'll tell you what the time of day is. He's not gonna bullshit. I don't know. I'm just so tired of it. And like Hearthstone, like people are like, oh man, like Hearthstone, you blah blah blah, like paid actor. Like, no man. Like if he believes something is the way it is, he's not gonna BS you. And he's been like, man, I actually hate the new Cyclone. Or the new old Cyclone. Old new? The Cyclone in its current version. He's like, I actually preferred it the other way. And he's like, it tilts me. It's like, yeah, okay, he believes that. He's not lying about it. Why would he lie about it? Like, he is trying to make a living, too, as a pro player. Obviously, he's a content creator, and that's... He's carved out a niche for himself, but he's still... It is because Hearthstone is a Stargate player. The thing is, though, if you asked most people, I feel like a lot of people were saying that the previous Cyclone made Stargate play invalid. If Terran scouts Stargate, the current Cyclone is better. I mean, it's definitely much more difficult to get your units away. I'm not sure which I believe of like what is better, because the thing is I don't play Protoss, so I can't like say like what the feeling is, like what the vibes are. I don't know why I put feelings, like what the feeling is. I guess vibes would be the air quotes one. But I do think that this Cyclone is not as good as the old strong Cyclone, in my humble opinion. The other thing is, yeah, we we kind of don't really know because we're in like this very weird place where yeah, we can't look at ladder because it's bugged. So like there's all these Terrans that are way higher MMR than they should be on the ladder because the Cyclone is legitimately like categorically broken. Like it's not like, oh man, the Cyclone might be broken. Like it's no, on ladder the Cyclone is 100% broken. And it's a bit of a problem, honestly. It will be another TBT as we do have Quanta coming out for this one. Yeah, the old Cyclone being without... The thing is, I used to really enjoy watching the old Cyclone medevac pushes. All right, Gressvon. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Gressvon, it's back. Yeah. It's funny because Niagara region got some snow action. How's your area? There's a teensy bit of snow here, not a lot, but we do have snow on the ground, which is pretty cool. I assume down in Niagara it's probably quite a bit more. But yeah, so this is cool. Oh, this is one of my favorite things about OSC tournaments is the expanded map pool. It's voted on by the players. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if the expanded map pool, the 6 maps we got, the new ones, instead of adding Abyssal Reef and Neon Violet Square, King's Cove is good. King's Cove is good. I actually like King's Cove quite a bit. I actually think it's one of the few, like, strategic feeling maps. I actually think King's Cove might be better even than many of the maps that have made it into ladder over the last, like, 3 seasons in terms of, like, what is, like, a truly strategic map. Like more room for, like, late-game army maneuvers and, like, lots of space to fight over, lots of places to slip armies around, still good tank positions. Probably it is a little bit Zerg favored because of the size, but I do think it's good. Why do we have old maps in the first place? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it's really disappointing. But the fact that we have Abyssal Reef and King's Cove, to me, is just insane. Abyssal Reef and Neon Violet Square is just insane. Because there are a lot of really good maps to choose from. A lot of old good maps to choose from. This is going to be a pretty cool map, by the way, because we've got a Streamer Zone Civil War. Nostalgia's profitable. Yeah, but like you could have gone with a map like this that produced so many great games. So we got Gressvon, Romanticide, and a new map for the expanded map pool. Imagine if we got these 3 maps. I feel like almost no one would have complained. No one would be upset about that, I don't think. But here we go, spawning down to the bottom right of Gressvon. It is Streamer Zone's Baby Marine. And his opponent spawning up in the top left for Streamer Zone as well. It is Quanta. Why did I say Nightmare? Why did I start to say Nightmare? I think I've gotten used to saying Streamer Zone's Nightmare. And I saw the NWCE, which I've seen on quite a few play. I still don't know what that clan is. I still have no idea. God. Gressvon is an insane turtle map, you're right. But then if they wanted to weaken turtling, why did they add Abyssal Reef? Like, Abyssal Reef is... I just don't like Abyssal Reef. I guess there's more... I just like Gressvon more. I just like it more. I think Abyssal Reef is just dumb, and it should feel bad. You think Abyssal Reef is more interesting? Yeah, that's fair. I think at least with Gressvon... Oh, Quanta trying to force the ramp here. Oh my god, he goes back in. Oh no, Baby Marine. Oh, the ping. The ping definitely caused that mistake right there. Oi, oi, oi. Uh-oh. Oh, that was a huge miss micro from Baby Marine, and... Oh, he's getting cut off. Yeah, he's dead. He did buy himself a lot of time. But will it be enough time to make sure this SCV survives? I don't think so. The 2 Reapers are very close to popping out. Okay, Quanta's not going to try. All right, he did buy enough time. So good job from Baby Marine covering for his little miss micro by getting the absolute most value in terms of drawing his opponent away. SZ is Streamer Zone? Yeah. No, I know who SZ is. I don't know who NWCE is. So that's the clan they're in, but it's not related to Streamer Zone. It's a different thing entirely. Oh, this could be very weird. Okay, did either of them spot this? Baby Marine does, but he is out of position. Oh, this command center. If he goes after it, it's in trouble. Oh, he didn't go right away. He missed a small opportunity, and now he might have gone too deep. Delaying the command center would have been really, really great. Now he's kind of trapped. Oh, great grenade right there from Baby Marine. Going to be able to knock all of his opponent's units skyward. And that one Reaper dragging these Hellions around. It is an expensive fight for both sides. But it is Baby Marine who cleans it up. Doesn't end up having the command center delayed. He loses 1 SCV. Quanta, I think, is still in the net. Happy with how that went. But it could have been a lot worse for Baby Marine. And that is why I feel like, despite the fact that Quanta comes out just a little bit ahead from that in terms of economy and in terms of the trade overall, I think Baby Marine should be happy with that, given the context of the situation. Now, we do have both players opening up with a Cyclone. See, this is where I actually really prefer this version of the Cyclone is in TBT. It feels more strategic. You know, it's a weird word, strategical. It's technically correct, but it just sounds wrong. I just don't like it. I'm just not fond of it. Strategical just doesn't feel like it's the right word. Quanta was faster into his Raven production. Did Baby Marine miss something, or did he just build a fast tank? Ooh. Oh. Oh, this Cyclone should be caught. Yeah, it's dead. Oh, that's really annoying for Baby Marine. Good job from Quanta to maintain high ground vision with those Marines. I think they were just moving out as scouting Marines, so it might have been incidental. But it just goes to show, even if you're just being active in general, oftentimes yields results. That's not to say you should just throw APM at the wall like I do. Yeah, because my APM is not effective, that's for sure. There was a rhythm game at Home Story Cup. And it's so funny because... So Clem was the GOAT at it. But there was actually some other players that were very, very good at it. But basically, it's like a triangle of lights. Was it 10 or 12 lights? They basically light up, and the whole thing is it's a reaction time game. You're supposed to press the lights and just go to town. You just hit every light, and it tracks your score. What I didn't realize for like a while is that if you hit the wrong button, you actually lose score. So I was like, I was just going as fast as I possibly could. But like I would keep doing damage to myself. Oh, an attempt to sneak by. Not gonna happen. But yeah, I would keep doing damage to myself. And somebody who was watching me was like, man, I think he's the fastest one of us out here. If he could actually just hit the right buttons, he'd be the best at this. And I was like, oh, that's me. It was accuracy and speed. Yeah. And I didn't realize that for a while. I didn't realize that till like well into it. But I feel like that's me in StarCraft 2. I'm by no means the fastest player. But like, I am most definitely one of those players where APM is not a good reflector of my skill and ability. Quanta, did he just get supply blocked? Yeah, he did. I was like, I didn't see any depots in production, and I saw you go from 101 out of 101 to 109 of 109. Caught in 4K. Now, obviously, we got to mention, this is mech. This is mech. Honestly, speaking of patches and whatnot, the most disappointing thing about the whole... Well, okay, actually, there's a lot of things to be disappointed about. The bugs that went through are very disappointing. One of the most disappointing things, though, is that we got a bunch of balance changes when probably the best thing they could have done for balance was just to change the map pool. That was it. Just to change the map pool. One Cyclone does get taken down here. These are just kind of light map control units. They can win the fight against a lot of enemies, but not super, super well. This is really interesting, by the way, from Baby Marine. He has only gone up to 3 barracks and straight into Viking production. Oh, nice job. Does get this one Cyclone. And Spotter Depot on the top side does not get scouted. Scan will come in. He sees that his opponent has a bunch of Ravens. And at this point, you got to be wondering, where's the rest of the Vikings? The answer is there's actually not that many more. Baby Marine does have a big Viking lead. This is really scary for Quanta right now. Really, really scary. He is going to finish up his 1-1 vehicle weapons. We actually see 1-1 done. No combat shields being created. Just stim. Anti-armor missile is going to be good here. This is a really good jump for Baby Marine. Oh, man. Quanta's in so much trouble right now. 13 Vikings to 5. I think he can actually pump out Liberators at this point. Quanta is a mech enjoyer. But right now, he cannot be enjoying this. Sensor tower, not going to be able to get its salvage off. Weird to even say that. I do like that salvage is now interrupted by damage. I think that's a change that flew under the radar that's actually fantastic. And it's very, very good for the game in general, because I do think salvage is a good ability. I think it should be situational, though. And I think being able to do it under fire feels wrong. Hellions going to try and counterattack, but there is a planetary here. Only one SCV going down. Oh, Vikings landing at home, and it kind of body blocked the Hellions for a little bit. Oh, there's no wall here. Oh, that's a little awkward. Oh, man, that's going to cost him like 6 extra SCVs, maybe. Maybe more, actually. Yeah. I think he only got 2 by the time he was in the natural. It's 10 in total. On the other side of the map, it looks like Baby Marine was a little bit uncomfortable just leaving his army there. It was in a pretty safe setup, but Grespon is a strong defensive map, and you never want to overcommit. Baby Marine now realizing, okay, well, we actually do need combat shields. 2-2 starts up. Very funny to see 2-2 and combat shields start up later than advanced ballistics for the Liberators, but given the state of the game and how the Viking wars have gone, it actually does make sense to go for that range Liberator setup very quickly. Obviously, the combat shields was just an oopsie, but I do believe the 2-2 being delayed was on purpose. Oh, Cyclone's getting some huge shots on the air units. 2 Ravens and 4 Vikings for free. And there is another scenario where this version of the Cyclone is just so much stronger. Sensor towers on the overlap, always funny to see. That is a huge loss. Hey, welcome, Ooh Thermal. I saw your spicy tweet. How many people DM'd you with death threats for that one? I hope it was none, but I'm just very disappointed in humanity recently, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was in the tens of millions. Interference matrices coming in on the Liberators. God, those Cyclones, they just hit so hard against the air. And with the interference matrices, the tanks, I think, are all going to survive. Needs to shoot down that one last Liberator. He might have lost 1 tank there, but wasn't too bad. Some people pretending like I made the literal worst take in the history of humanity. It was a little bit spicy, but I don't even think it was that... Yeah, I don't even think it was that crazy of a take. Like, Clem is, at this point, he is the best player in the world. Like, that is just it. Funny to see, man, the air upgrades for Baby Marine are cooking. Oh, the interception on all the air units. Oh, my God. He just lost so many air units. 4 Vikings, 4... Wow. 9 air units going down for nothing. These Cyclones... Okay, it is fair to say that Quanta prefers this version of the Cyclone. Can he kill this planetary? He might be able to. There is a lot of DPS. Okay, he wasted too many lock-ons on the 1 siege tank. I mean, I say wasted, but he needed to kill that. These 2 tanks right here, one of them is on its lonesome. Quanta. Man, look at the trades. They are not fair in the slightest. Baby Marine losing those air units so quickly has really cost him dearly. And it's fair to say you probably don't play against this kind of thing very often, especially on a map like this. Interference matrices coming in. So many tanks sieging up for Quanta. He is going to blast through his opponent's tank line. I say tank line. It was just 2 tanks. The other ones were forced to retreat by the interference matrices. And this position, I forgot about this position on Gressvon. But I'm remembering how difficult it was to break Terran's setting up in this little valley. In TVZ specifically. Oh, this sneaky tank on the left side. It's not going to be enough. Well, gets a couple of good shots there. Baby Marine has suddenly taken a supply lead, but it's mostly Quanta has not been building anything. Look at this bank. He's on, 3K, 1K right there. Big move coming in from Baby Marine. He's going to try and use the Liberators to soak damage. What's the Viking count? It's still in the favor of Quanta. 15 Vikings, 15 siege tanks. I think we need to see Cyclones reinforcing, unironically. A lot of Marauders coming in for Baby Marine. Not a lot of tanks, but they're in a good spot. Still, they will get overwhelmed. Quanta does need to get out of here. Just save the Vikings. Just save the Vikings. Don't even worry about kiting. I guess he has a couple tanks to fall back for Pack 2, so it's kind of fine. Baby Marine needs those Marauders back here. Man, they're both just pumping Vikings right now. Baby Marine is actually ahead in mineral economy at the moment. And slightly ahead in... well, no, they're pretty much identical in gas bank. Oh, man. Quanta overstaying his welcome with those Vikings was a huge mistake. Oh, this is such a nice little drop right here. Well, actually, hang on. He can just stay on the high ground. There's no vision. Good job from Baby Marine to recognize that. Quanta definitely needed to scan. What's the orbital count at? They're both at 5 orbitals. Surely he had a scan available, right? Yeah, he did. He might have just been not on top of it. Oh, Quanta's long-distance mining from this base on the left, despite the fact that there's almost no SCVs on the one in the middle. That is very awkward. And is even this base is undersaturated. 2 gases short on units. This game is ping-ponged back and forth significantly. This one defensive tank from Quanta getting a lot of value there. Killed 2 tanks of his opponent. Meanwhile, I mean, no planetary here is a little bit questionable, but the tanks and sensor towers and missile turrets going to make it a lot easier. Liberators, though, now added in for Baby Marine, and Quanta he has not been able to continue to produce Vikings in large enough quantities. It's also worth noting the air upgrades are not fair right now. It's 2-2 versus 0-2. And for units that attack twice with each volley, those upgrades matter a lot. Cyclones coming in for the flank, though. There's not a lot of tanks to defend the Vikings from those Cyclones. And actually, it's going to be the same thing all over again. Quanta breaks the position. Once again, takes the air superiority, if only slightly, thanks to those super jacked versus Vikings Cyclones. That's a weird way of putting it, but I think you understand what I mean. Cyclones truck Vikings. They also do another thing to them that rhymes with truck. They muck them. We're going to see landed Vikings coming in. I don't know if this is the play for Baby Marine. This is looking real tough. Now Vikings landing for Quanta. And in this case, he's got enough. Oh my god. The Cyclone. Return of the King. This is not even the bugged Cyclone. Yeah, this is the proper Cyclone. Imagine playing against the bugged version of this on the ladder. That sounds awful. And now Planetary goes down. Bunch of SCVs. Quanta, I do like the decision to back up and reconsolidate at least a little bit here. He doesn't need to end the game. He just took a massive, massive W. I would say even go home, maybe repair up the Vikings, maybe add on a couple of your own... do you want to add on Liberators here? Quanta did go heavily into Cyclones. He's got 9 tanks, but a lot of them... Well, actually, are all of them defensively set up? He's got 2 with the army. That is not a lot of aggressive potential. We do see finally, by the way, this is really funny to see, 2-3 for mech, but it does make sense at least a little bit. This command center will go down once again. It's kind of funny that they're not on more orbitals than they are. Quanta taking one of the contested bases at this point. Oh, and he gets another jump onto the air units of Baby Marine. Those Cyclones, man, they hit hard. That Megfield Accelerator, it do be going burr, and I think this... Well, actually, okay, Baby Marine is going to clean up the ground. I was going to say this might be the beginning of the end here, but the Marauders, they do pretty well against those Cyclones if they can close the distance and if there's no tanks behind. Also, 3-3 just now finishing up for the... Because he did prioritize that air so early on and didn't win the game with it. It ended up hurting him in the long run. It's just now fixed. Also, the air upgrades are now even. 1-3 versus 2-2. We call that a wash. Oh, there's not a lot of tanks here. Baby Marine will once again break the position. So this is what I was talking about. By keeping all those tanks defensively at home, Quanta shouldn't really be attacking, it feels. He's still in such a good position. The thing is, if there is like a lot of territory to defend, yeah, I think you just keep your opponent from ever taking another base, and you're just chilling. Like, Baby Marine is so broke, and Quanta is flush with cash. Maybe add on more starports. Oh, he's only on 5 factories. Okay, yeah, 3 more factories, 2 more starports. That's I think the only thing that Quanta needs to do. I do like the addition of more missile turrets. Wouldn't mind like 4 missile turrets here. Maybe the late game NG Bay upgrades. Actually, definitely should have those late game NG Bay upgrades. This tank position, he's gonna shatter this base. Doesn't matter what the repair is right now. There's just he can't keep it alive. The fact that Baby Marine gets away with all the SCVs is actually a pretty big dub for him. Now these tanks, ooh, Baby Marine gonna try and get on top of this. He will clear these 3 tanks up, and he'll find a couple of buildings and SCVs as well. But this is very small potatoes compared to the deficit he's facing. And yeah, there it is. GG gets called. Quanta will dethrone the one-time king. Has anyone won more than 1 map today? I think every challenger has won today. Technically, Mojo was the king coming into this week, so you can argue that... but we're talking about just today. Yeah. No, everyone has only won 1 map. Kind of cool. Kind of fun. Baby Marine. No, it was Quanta. Yeah, these have been fun games. Good games. There will be quite a few more games. We've got... Yeah, we're only 4 games in. We've got many more games to go. 15 games for this King of the Hill. By the way, if you do enjoy the YouTube experience more, you can tune into YouTube. Yugi Moto, the king of games. Is he, though? All right, Mana going with Abyssal Reef. And it does make sense. It is a good Protoss map, IMO. IMO. Mana, of course, a great player. One of the legends of the game. Big fan of Mana. And when he is on... I know that I say this about a few players, but I genuinely do believe it. When Mana is at his best, he can beat nearly anyone in the world. He's always had some of the most fearsome micro in the business. We're going to get into the game in just a moment. Don't you worry. Just doing the predizione. All right, here we go. Spawning up the top left for Team Liquid. It is the captain. Well, the captain of Team Liquid, not the captain. That's Harstem. But it's the captain of Team Liquid, Mana. In the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right, cringing at my intro. It's Streamer Zone's Quanta. Well, I hope not, because that would mean he was watching the stream. But no, I'm sure we're not. I'm sure he's not. But he might just be instinctively cringing, you know? You know how sometimes when in anime people are like, they sneeze because someone's talking about them? People sometimes cringe when I just make a bad joke. Ravi causes that a lot too. So if you ever get like a shiver down your spine and you don't know why, it's Ravi probably did something weird. Nah, we love Fear Dragon. Fear Dragon's like my he's like a brother to me in the sense that like we just rag on each other a lot. But there's love there. This was Reactor first out of Quanta, and he goes Marine Reaper behind it, which is funky to say the very least. Mana. Can he do some fancy stuff with the probe? Can he juke? Can he juke? Can he jive? He survives long enough to see the Reaper pop out, which is... I mean, to be fair, when you see a Reactor first and your opponent goes for that Reaper, or that... Like, one Marine pops out and that's it. Oh, man, Mana. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wow, that was a pretty nice Adept. That denies the Scout with that first Reaper. Now, there is a Hellion out for Quanta. Also, the probe getting into the main base. I didn't even talk about that. That's probably the biggest thing of this whole thing. Is the probe got into the main base, got to see what was up for quite a while. Didn't see the add-on. But obviously knows that it's a 1-1-1. That's good information. It is a quick tank. Now, oh, Hellion. Okay, that was very awkward from Quanta. Definitely one of those things where the lack of familiarity with the map, or the lack of recent familiarity with the map, can cause you to forget about some of the pathing. So if this unit's here and you click it, I don't know, like here, it might just decide to take this suicidal route instead of taking the better route where it lives. And the unit doesn't know better. It's just an idiot. It's just a Redditor saying that, you know, Protoss isn't strong enough. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that dumb. But it just doesn't know better. Just doesn't know better. Heh. Was a rather late-ish sentry added on. This is a very interesting way of approaching this. Mana says, I don't need to see what is going on. I need to see what you're doing with your starport. Or potentially your factory.
I am here in the shadows.
One thing I would love to see more of, but I know that it's too big of an ask. We don't have a good enough team on it now. More visual clarity on even, like, tech labs are pretty clear, but they can be clearer. Mana does have blink done. You really want to blink into this, though? I don't think so. Yeah, he's just going to back away. But yeah, I'd love to see more visual clarity with, like, the Twilight Council, for example. See more easily when it's researching. Oh, it's going to be an SCV pull with this. Okay. This is... Wow, this is very aggressive. Stalker does scout this, I believe. He's got charge on the way. I don't know if he saw the SCVs with this. Mana's going to be in some trub, though. Oh, man, a tank setup right here is nasty to deal with on this map. Really nasty to deal with. Blink is done, of course, but he needed to be whittling this down really, really early, and instead he has to, well, he fires a bunch of shots against a Banshee. There is just not an army that can fight this. Mana's in so much trouble right now. Guardian Shield being popped rather early. There's the energy overcharge. Stalkers, I don't even think they can fight the reinforcements here. Especially not with the advantage of the shrubbery going in favor of Quanta there. Charge is very close to completing that. Oh, these are nice force fields. Scan will be able to kill this observer. Hello? Actually, okay, he'll get one of the observers, but the second one actually escaped. I didn't realize there was two. Mana, oh man, he's in so much trouble, but he does have a pylon that he can warp into from the side. There's obviously no stim with this, and it's not even close. This is a rally of naked, stimless, shieldless Marines, but now the tanks are in range of this mineral line. Gateway being depowered. We're down to just 3. Zealots are going to warp in from the side. Mana, I think he might have picked his spot a little bit too early. Scan comes in. Oh, we got to save this observer. Well, I mean, there's no cloak energy currently, but you still... Oh, these Banshees. Okay, this is going to force Mana to pull the trigger. Zealots didn't go in right, but the force field is going to trap these tanks and Marines. Oh, that might be what Mana needed. However, now his Zealots can't get past this. Can the Immortal hit the tanks? It can. Oh my god, these Zealots are trying so hard. Can he take down this one tank? No, that's actually where the DPS nerf might have killed that tank before. I don't know that it would have made a difference here. Oh god, that force field looks so pretty aesthetically, but it might have actually worked against Mana more than anything, because the Zealots were probably always going to close the distance. 16 probes went down during all this. Every probe that was hiding at the natural. Excellent build order choice for the map. And Mana, oh my god, that frickin' thing. Mana's in some monster trouble right now. Even more workers going down. Zealots trying to clear out this tank. Mana manages to get the killing blow. But, I mean, look at the supplies. 32 army supply to 7. It is really easy to die to these pushes now without that battery overcharge. There's no doubt of that. But I think more than anything, this is the map. That is a tough one for Mana. Is there a world where he can clean this up and somehow recover? I really don't see it, but I don't blame him for fighting. He's got that dog in him. And, he knows he needs to save the Nexus. He knows there is no chance if he does not. But even if he cleaned this up and lost nothing, it would be almost impossible. He's still going to lose the Nexus even as he gets those tanks. Yeah, this'll trigger a GG. Nice target fire on those weakened Marines. Very nice micro with the Stalkers here. But, what is that phrase I always try and say correctly and never do? Closing the door. Closing the stable door after the horses have already left. Something like that. Imagine I got it right this time. The way that I literally never do. Really nice micro from Mana with these Stalkers. Oh, but losing that Observer, God, that's painful. He had to rebuild his Robo, by the way. Kudos to him for actually doing that. Okay, there we go. He lost one of his 3 Stalkers and does tap out. I think Mana is not excited about the idea of losing to Quanta, judging by this GG timing. I mean, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. There's no doubt that battery overcharge would have made it easier to defend that push. But I think there's a lot of things that that I'm sure Mana would have changed in this game. Not many players are excited at this idea. Oof. Welcome, Nicoract. Locking the barn after the horses ran out. Yeah, that's the one. At some point, people have corrected me enough. At some point, I'll get it right. At some point, I'll get it right. Straight fire. But yeah, in a perfect world, you have your 4 Stalkers at the front. You're sniping down Marines as your opponent crosses the map. You really pick away at it. And then also, you don't have this ramp where your opponent gets to siege your production, your Nexus. Yeah, that's one of the many reasons why I think Abyssal Reef is a dumpster fire of a map. Because there are some pushes on it that are, like, insanely powerful. And then if you don't kill your opponent with those, it's like a free 4 to 5 bases. Kudos to Quanta, though, for getting in there and punching way above his weight. This is a huge upset for Quanta, and you got to be happy about that one. As Quanta, not as Mana. Twitch, I mean, you do, yeah, I think they're probably GM, too. Twitch chat pros, Twitch chat GMs. Twitch you chat too. Is this Shameless coming in next? Very rare that by this point in the set of matches, we haven't switched servers yet to either go to the KR server or the EU server. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, for a second I was like, wait, what? Did I just get like a weird message from Twitch? I'm a mere embracer of mediocrity. Me too. Demi just made a spicy tweet. Oh, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see that engagement farming. Oh. I almost typed denim when I was looking up Demi. Is it Demi Love on Twitter? What is it? Demi SC2? Demi underscore SC2? Oh, it's just Demi SC2. Okay. Right? Is it? No, it's not. Is it? Demi underscore SC2. Why didn't that, like, auto-populate? Hello? On Twitter? How do I not... Do I not have you followed? Okay, I don't have you followed, but why couldn't I search for you? Very surprised to not see to see Oracle not being touched. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's funny. Very surprised to have not seen the Oracle been touched. That is spicy. You have a different POV from current competitors. I want the game to change entirely. I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat. Create with mod, observer ++ cyclone. Copy link. So whenever someone asks for something like that, I'm like, should I tell them they can bookmark it? Because I don't want to be rude and be like, yeah, I'll just say it. Because I'm not being it, I'm not trying to be, like, rude. Just like, I'm trying to be helpful. So yeah, it is going to be Shameless. It's going to be Ley Lines. I think this is the first... Is this the first new map we're playing from the new pool? No, we played Whispers of Gold earlier. Who picked Whispers of Gold before? Shameless did come in 2 weeks ago and broke the very kind of nifty streak of Han Mono. Han Mono came in, killed Pappy, and then beat Skillis. And then almost took down Shameless with a 3-Rax Reaper. He tried so hard to get the mule block. Thermi, you would have loved it. You would have loved it. He tried so hard to get the mule block to, like, lock in the units that were being produced out of gateways. And the first 2 times he didn't get it, but the third time he got, I think, he got at least 2 units. He might have gotten 3. But I think by that point it was... Well, actually, it wasn't even that it was, like, too much by that point. He just wasn't able to close it out. Shameless, like, never died. Well, it was like he used... Obviously, he didn't bank up 3 mules, but that would have been really funny. I'd like some things that frustrate everyone to change. Like Zerg Queens and anti-air problem, for example. Never going to fix that without a huge patch. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what do you think about the, like, worker start concept? Because it's going for the same goal, but, like, basically it would reset the game and would destroy everyone's knowledge of timings, which is obviously why a lot of pro players, basically every pro player, doesn't want that. But it would basically be a new game if you made 8 worker start, 9 worker start, 10 worker start, whatever it ended up being. Because personally, I think 12 workers is too high. I've always thought that. Somebody made a copy pasta about it in my chat. I don't think the 6 worker start is the way to go. I think it's too few. You think it would just slow down the game? The thing is, I would love to see more spicy builds, more risky builds. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top right. It is Streamer Zone's Quanta. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Little Fairy. It is Shameless. In the red. Yeah, that was a bad intro. Like the camera movement. Trigger every pro player by making 3 and 4 player maps. I've always been a big fan of 3-player maps. I think 3-player maps are really cool. And honestly, I would be fine with I don't think I would have a problem with showing spawns. Early and mid game being longer would be nice. It's not even about being longer for me. It's about being more impactful. The decisions. Fewer worker start would be so boring to watch. I had an idea for a tournament that I may very well implement. Well, I think BC versus Zerg is a bad example. I would say Mutas is the best example. Mutas used to be very good. And you can still play them once in a while if you're as fast as Raynor. Someone suggested 10 worker start with 200 minerals and 100 gas. Oh, that's wild. We do see Shameless, by the way, going for an early sentry and an early robo. Wants that quick scout, wants to be very prepared. This is as safe as you can get. This is, I don't want to say disrespectful, but it's almost safe to the point of like, I know I'm that much better than you. If you just don't catch me off guard. And you know what? I'm gonna not put it as disrespectful. I'm gonna put it as confident. I'm gonna reframe it. I'm gonna say this is confidence out of Shameless. Yeah, I would like to see more build order diversity, more wild build orders. I want to see someone basically do a build that cuts their own arm off to throw it at their opponent, you know? I want to see a build that is so insanely committed. But I want to see it have a chance of working. Oh, that's a little unfortunate for Shameless. I think if he stutter stepped this one Stalker, he would have gotten the kill on that Reaper. Quanta does get the scout. Still, I think this is just fine so far for Shameless. It is going to be Liberator into Magfield Accelerator Cyclone. Yeah, the pro players would hate it. That's the problem. Yeah, for sure. For sure they would. They would hate the instability. And that's why not every map of the pool needs to be a 3 or 4 player map. But like, the fact that we haven't had a single non-2 player map in how many years has it been? Like, come on. There's got to be some variance. And what has been the most exciting StarCraft to watch? Almost consistently. The matchup, in my opinion, that is the best matchup to watch in all of StarCraft is Hero versus Dark. Liberator will get cleaned up, by the way. Does get one Stalker kill. Couldn't quite get the second, but no probes and no probe pull, which is very, very important. That's a win for Shameless, for sure. Definitely a win for Shameless there. And he's going very quick, Templar Archives. But the most entertaining matchup, in my opinion, this is subjective, so take it with a grain of salt. It's Dark versus Hero. And why is that? Because they are the most unpredictable players in the entire game, and their games against each other. Loco has a soundbite. I haven't heard it, but someone told me that they bring out the worst in each other. No, that is completely wrong. They bring out the chaos in each other, and they bring out the best in each other. They bring out the crazy junkyard dog games of StarCraft that are just so electric to watch. That's the thing is I don't want the game... I like the game not being solved. I like the game... And that's what has kept StarCraft interesting for so long, is that any concept of hitting skill cap has been impossible. It's only with the revelation of Serral and Clem that we've... God, this visual bug situation is weird as well on this map. It does that all the time for me too, and it's only this map. Oh, that is a nice scout in the middle of the map, seeing the Magfield Accelerator Cyclones. He does have charge about to complete. Templar are not going to be super helpful in this fight, but they won't be... Well, okay, I was going to say they won't be useless, but that storm was not super effective, and he lost the High Templar very quickly. Does have 2 more storms available. And he's got energy overcharge. Oh, that's a kill on that Nexus. That is pretty impactful this early in the game. That's a full energy Templar, by the way. Here's the only disadvantage of damaged health bars for observing purposes. Visually, it's way less cluttered, and that is a good thing. I wish there was an option. So this is another... Okay, I constantly say stuff like, I would love to see a StarCraft 2 remastered, and people are like, why? I would love to see a version where you can see energy always, even if it's maxed energy. You always see an energy bar. That would be an option. That would be cool. The army of Quanta is very mobile. Oh my... That was a... How did that get 2 ticks of storm damage on the army? That seemed fast. It seemed like the units were not in there for long, and the storm damage ticked very quickly. Am I crazy? That didn't look like he stood in there for 2 ticks of storm damage, but apparently he did. Yeah, imagine if the decision-making tree... Oh, that's a nice storm. Very nice storms right there. Hitting the medevacs and the... Well, mostly hits the front line, which was not everything. Shameless definitely in a nice position in this game, but this one drop from earlier, that's been Quanta's best... That's been the best, the highlight of this game for Quanta, the best part of this game for Quanta. Shameless about to have Blink, but it's not done yet. Probes are going to pull into this. Meanwhile... Oh, it is Quanta completely out of position. He did not see the army sneak up on him. The sensor towers reduce range, definitely giving him less vision, less notification. There are 3 ghosts now, 4 ghosts on the field. Drop is going to get pushed back again. 8 probes were picked off. Only 2 Marines remaining. I think on the net, this is still better for Shameless because he is still on 4 bases. He forces his opponent to lift his 3rd. Even though Quanta didn't lose many workers. In fact, he maybe only lost 1. Yeah, just 1. It is Shameless who continues mining off of a much bigger economy. Much, much bigger economy. At this point, double for the moment. Until Quanta gets back up to this 3-base setup. And yeah, this looks very good for Shameless. Now, it is worth noting, of course, that his opponent has ghosts. And he is on Templar. Does need to start up either a Colossus or Disruptor transition in order to deal with this. Because, well, this could turn into a very ugly game for Shameless if he cannot get those storms. There we go. First Colossus gets fired up. Triple Robo now. +1 armor is going to complete. Ooh, that's a big Zealot Warping on the other side of the map. Quanta kind of hesitating on the other side. Zealot's also going to drop to the 3rd. Oh, that's Cyclone. Yeah, that's a dead Prism. Man, the new Cyclone. New, old, new. Current version of the Cyclone. It does damn. It does damage. Unlike... Oh my god, that poor Marine. Unlike the previous Cyclone that fell off super, super hard after the early game and basically was impossible to find really great value with or even almost any value with past the early game. Now, if you keep these Cyclones alive, they can be worthwhile. And Quanta's building more. That's how much he likes this Cyclone. And I mean, given what he was able to do with them against Baby Marine, granted that's a different matchup, you can't blame him for being a bit of a Cyclone enthusiast. God, this Observer. Oh man, this Observer gives so much information. Lets him know exactly how his opponent's army is set up. He sees that it is going up this ramp. He's going to have to cancel this base. But... Zealot Warping on the other side of the map, or rather, run by, I guess. That is going to find huge damage as CV's trying to be healed up. Colossus is out. +2 weapons has completed, which means that Colossus does hit quite hard, especially without any +2 armor. Good positioning here from Quanta, but the Zealots, they're still finding crazy value, and they're going to get even more in the natural. EMPs try to land. There are still some High Templar with energy left. The Storm Colossus combo, the Immortals, the Guardian Shield, the Force Fields. This is a fight that Protoss simply will not ever lose. And Quanta is going to be forced to tap out. Good game from Shameless. Ends the short reign of the king. But it was the longest reign of the day. I guess tied with Moja, but once again, one of his wins was from the previous week. Are these bugged cyclones? No, they're playing on the correct Observer ++ mod. You take the same cyclone that existed in game and no one used, call it Cyclone Classic, and suddenly people will try it. I mean, it is worth noting that battery overcharge no longer exists. And there were builds that used the old cyclone. Hero Marine, for example, loved the old cyclone. Like, I remember watching him use that Marine Cyclone medevac pushes, and they were good. Ah, Forjumi is next. All right, so we now for the first time go to Europe. First time in the day we're leaving NA. Also, funnily, we have not yet had an NA player. Is that? Yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, it's not an exactly super convenient time for North American players. Oh. Not exactly a super convenient time for NA players. Especially someone who would probably be, you know, really powerful from NA, like Estrella. He is West Coast. So if he wanted to play this, even now, it would be 7:13 a.m. for him. So he would basically have to come in towards the end. And then if he was king and he wanted to play, he'd be either staying up till 5 a.m. to play or waking up at 5 a.m. Neither of those are super appealing to me. And by waking up at 5 a.m., it would probably have to be waking up at 4 a.m. Because you can't just roll out of bed and play StarCraft at a high level. I mean, I'm sure there's some players in the world that can do it, but... and maybe even Estrella is one of them, so I don't know. Maybe he can. Maybe he can. Don't they vary the schedule? Little bit. I'm West Coast and I've had Steadfast on since like 4:45 worth. Oh, hell yeah. Bane Glory. Thank you very much. Tuning in, watching. Right. Our first PvP of the day. Which is pretty rare for these King of the Hills. We still haven't had a Zerg yet. But I'm sure we'll get some Zergs in later. Or maybe singular, maybe Zerg. Oh, need to update the... God, there's so many little things. Update the title. Run the prediction. Run ads. God, it's so difficult. Watching video games for a living. I get so many spam calls. It's so annoying. I think they have started King of the Hill in EU evenings sometimes. They do... You might be thinking of OSC Rising Star, which is another part of the OSC Championship League setup, or just OSC umbrella. Speaking of which, if you want to support the OSC Championship, if you want to support Eddie SC2, who puts in a ton of work for the scene, exclamation OSC Champ will take you to the Indiegogo, where he's raising funds for the OSC Championship happening in, I want to say, January. Or you can join the OSC Elite Members Club and play in this particular event. Or many of the OSC events. It unlocks it. All right, here we go. Spawning up the top left. It is Streamer Zone's Jumi. Just Jumi now? Where's the Forge? And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right. It is Shameless for Twisted Fairy. The one-armed bandit. Not Shameless. Shameless is not the one-armed bandit. 4 Jumi is. Also, what are we doing here? What? What do we have here? Yeah, we're more than 2 hours in. Wait, you can still use that emote? Rising Stars always cast from replay and broadcast by Just Jordan in an NA time slot. Exactly. There we go. Fake proxy coming in from Jumicus for a Jimmy. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the rules are for Twitch bans. Oh, can he get the kill on this hallucination? No. Easily going to outmaneuver. How many... I actually don't know offhand how many Stalker shots it takes to kill a hallucinated Phoenix. Looks like it's 5? 6? How many is it? I actually don't know. I think that was 6, but I didn't count, really. He's only Jumi now. Did he officially change it on Wikipedia? He's the anti-Jumi. Damn. He should change it to like Jumi Plus. Like Disney Plus. 5 Jumi would have been so good. Oh, 5 Jumi would have been amazing. I would have loved 5 Jumi. And then somebody changes their name to 6 Jumi. Maybe I'll make an account and just call it 6 Jumi. And no one will understand the reference except people who are here right now. People are going to be like, what? All right, what has happened in this PvP? Not a whole lot. Because neither player is attacked. They've both gone sentries. So that's the other thing. People talk about the early game would be so boring in lower worker start scenarios. But think about this scenario. What has happened so far in this game? They've barely interacted with each other. There's still stuff to talk about. But there's always going to be stuff to talk about if you know your shit. I think the commentators know their shit. We can also just yap. That's fine too. As I have shown, I am... If there's one thing I'm adept at, it is yapping and filling air with words. Oh, cancels the shade. Which makes sense. You like the yapping? Thank you. Came for the game, stay for the yapping. Came for the yapping. Came for the games, left from the yapping. 4 Jumi does have a faster Nexus. He's gotten away with a slightly greedier build. But Shameless has a much, much quicker blink. And that will allow him to make some plays. He kind of needs to make some plays off this, because if he doesn't, assuming 4 Jumi starts up his +1 right now, which he does, he is going to be ahead in economy and upgrades going into the mid-game. 4 Jumi is a bit of a, in my opinion, a bit of a PvP specialist. He's not maybe on the level of like a Gerald, where you're like, this guy can just beat anyone in PvP and has maybe the best late game in the world in the matchup. Late game PvP, of course. But he's up there. He's really, really freaking good. And in fact, is one of those players that can take down Geralt. Now, we do see 4 Jumi really delayed his gateways. He's only been on 2 gateways this whole time, just now starting up the additional gates, whereas Shameless has put a lot more into faster production. And as he's now transitioning... Oh, man, this is... 4 Jumi cannot be moving out here. This is like if Shameless calls the bluff and decides to fight, And he won't, to be clear. But if he had, this would have been so bad for Jumi. But I love the hallucinated. War Prism really sold the idea that this was more committed than it was. And now the Adepts. Oh, okay, he got the wall up at the main. But still, 6 probes go down. This was a situation where it should have been Shameless putting pressure on to Forge Jumi and getting damage done to try and equalize. Instead, it is for Jumi, or, well, just Jumi now. God, that's going to take some time to get used to. It is Jumi who manages to get away with having Blinkless Stalkers versus Blink Stalkers, having a smaller army, less production, and an economic lead. And he comes out of it, forces a shield battery at the 3rd, kills a bunch of probes in the natural, 6 probes in the natural, trades out those Adepts that he had for a while, maintains his upgrade lead by a tiny bit, and the one thing Shameless had going for him, which was the Disruptor tech. I mean, Forge Jumi's is only 1 Disruptor behind. Now, I will say the addition of the 2nd Robo was a lot faster from Shameless, and it is worth noting that even these small leads from Forge Jumi, they can evaporate. 1, in the face of Disruptors, and 2, they aren't as impactful on a map like Abyssal Reef if you can't kill your opponent. Now, what is pretty damn impactful is the fact that the Nexus of Forge Jumi finishes up as the 4th base finishes up as Shameless's starts. That's a big deal. That is, in fact, a huge deal. They both start the DT Shrine at the same time. Highly likely that we'll see them go for the DT Blink upgrade. Cannons being built in 3 out of 4 mineral lines. 3 out of 4 mineral lines agree. We're defended against DTs for Forge Jumi. Forge Jumi now, wow, adding the Stargate as well. At this point, you may as well even start up the +1 air, since that's clearly what it's for. Yeah, this is one of the matchups that I am not super enthused about Abyssal Reef for. Actually, I don't think there's many matchups that I am enthused about Abyssal Reef for. At least Gresspawn, I'm like, oh, yeah, this is going to have some good TVTs. It's going to have some good matchups. Oh, nice dodge on that 1 Disruptor shot. He's got to be very careful, though. What? Is it just me, or are the Disruptors firing shorter? Or is it just that the map is so big, and it's been a while since I've seen Disruptors? Oh, cute little energy overcharge right there to keep this shield battery a little bit higher on energy. DTs do warp in defensively. This did buy a fair bit of time and should prevent us from... Well, actually, hang on. Forge Jumi also warped in aggressive DTs, and the Zealots, they survived a rather long time. So 20 probes go down. Damn. That got so much more damage than I expected. And now we see an aggressive move forward. He's going to have to take down these rocks to be able to get his Disruptors through. Forge Jumi gets the big advantage in the first mover. Is he going to recall the Disruptors? He kills 1 Nexus. Will move forward to kill another. Which one of them blinks first? I.e., which one of them recalls first? Forge Jumi depowering a couple gates of Shameless. Shameless going to find these probes on the left side. Both players are losing a lot of workers, but it will be Jumi who is, at the moment, losing more. Oh my god, that one probe is the luckiest sucker alive. Oh, Disruptor. Ooh, okay, he blinks forward now. We'll be able to take care of these robos on the other side. Disruptor shots come in. Oh, they find 2 Disruptors of his opponent. Oh, and that one's a blind fire. Well, not a blind fire. It's a blind kill, and that's another nasty shot. And that is almost certainly going to be the game. You cannot recover from that kind of scenario, can you? If he takes down every Robo and every Disruptor in the main, there might still be a chance for Shameless, but that is not how it's going to be. It's going to be Shameless losing 2 more Ruppies. And now it is 1-5. Forge Jumi's Disruptors go ham. Nice dodge on the Zealots there. Force Field's going to come in. Oh, but that's... Jesus, that's the last Ruptor of Shameless. He's lost his Robos. He's still bleeding out on the other side of the map. Forge Jumi still has this base alive. And he's got detection to deal with the DTs. Might actually lose this little fight. But as long as he clears the DTs up... Actually, no, it doesn't even matter. Does not matter at all. He's got this game in the bag completely. DT Shrine. Oh, actually, the Nexus is going to go down. Yeah, Shameless is on 0 Nexi now. And he doesn't have money for another one. He just slow warped in 4 more Stalkers somewhere. Recall coming in. Even going to kill that Observer. That's the last one for Shameless. Yeah, poor Jumi's got this game 6 ways from Sunday. Is that an expression? I don't know. He's won. He's won. This game is completely over. Great management of the base trade from 4Jumi. He went into it with a lead and picked his spots with the disruptors pretty much perfectly. When you're attacking and defending, you can't look at 2 places at once. It's just not possible. At some point, there is going to be a moment where you're not looking at your army. And 4Jumi was able to find multiple of those moments. Well, actually, at the very least, he found one. And then Shameless was like, oh, you've used your disruptor. Blink forward. Go for it. And then 4Jumi was like, I used that disruptor. There's 4 more where that came from, and they blasted. Even before that moment, it was still going to be dicey for Shameless at best. Like, he needed to make a move. But yeah, it just wasn't enough. He upgraded to 5Jumi. He sure did. All right, who is going to be the next player that will face Jumi? Just Jumi. Yeah, that was a great game from Jumi. I already feel my brain hurting from trying to rewrite. Like, I feel like I'm trying to, like, disk rewrite, and, like, it's, like, etched into the brain matter. So I'm, like, trying to, like, dig it out with, like, a scraper. I'm just doing a little brain scraping in there, you know. Nothing gets you going at 10:30 in the morning on a Wednesday. Like, just doing a little bit of light brain scrapery. Good for what ails ya. Oh. But yeah, that was very well done by Jumi. Jumi. Oh, my tummy. Oh. I want a 0 worker start game with Steadfast and Wardy discussing for 9 hours whether 6 worker start is a good idea. I'm in. I'm in. Hey, it's Demi. We've got our first Zerg of the day. Very nice. It only took us this long. I just put Jumi P King and just realized that, yeah, it's like P King Duck. Or the King of P. Oh, we're going to actually delete that one because I didn't change the match number, and that's how I track things. Oh. The King of P goes on. All right, let's get into game. Very important. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already done so. You got a free Twitch Prime. Would help a lot. It's tough out there for the content creators that aren't Dutch. Or warty or pig. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom right. It is Maturino's Demi. In the red, picking King's Cove. And spawning up at the top left for Streamer Zone, it is Jumi. In the blue. Good luck, have fun. Bad luck, don't have fun, says Demi. Demi a little bit spicy. Love to see it. The stream is lit. Speaking of P, enjoying the stream? Exactly. BLDHF. That sounds like a German train station. In Germany, we do not have time for things like words. Why use words when letters would do? This simply is not efficient. And as you all know, that is not allowed in Germany. No. 9. Ah, we gonna be going for a cheese. There's 3 places you can go, yeah. Yeah, so this is a very vulnerable wall. Would he have done this if the wall was not like this? I don't think so. Now, this is a nice little handy spot for the Adept to get trapped and never get out of. It looks good, but if the Lings wrap around on it, it's going to be not so good. Demi's not pulling drones with this, at least not initially. And 4Jumi's got no idea. He did not move out with this Adept. He doesn't even know what Demi's doing. Oracle, though, it will have access to energy overcharge. It will. It will. Oh. 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 Oh, that wall. That wall is going to buy so much time. Demi is not going in until Ling Speed's done, which is obviously 3:30. I think this is just fine now for 4Jumi. He does need to re-wall. He does need to re-wall. He does not realize how committed this is, potentially. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, well, this could have been nothing. He will have energy overcharge. It is... I gotta highlight that. Warp Gate will complete. Probes are getting slaughtered. He did not energy overcharge the Oracle yet. There it is now. Warp Gate did complete, but 4Jumi is still in tons of trouble. Drones already being produced here. Lings will eventually be cleaned up, but will they kill every probe before that? Yes. I actually just think they will. Oh, he goes after the pylon. That is... Okay. Okay, well, now he finds the... pylon is trying to build the 3rd Oracle. Demi can just kill the Nexus and be so far ahead and win this game. But honestly, I don't see much world where 4Jumi can survive, especially now that he's not going to get this 3rd Oracle out. Yeah, even with the energy overcharge, you will run out of energy Oracle energy eventually. Thumbs down comes in from Jumi. Demi takes the game. King's Cove, I mean, yeah, that wall. That wall definitely did not do Jumi any favors. You're supposed to say BG? That would have been a good yeah, that would have been a good time to say BG. Well done by Demi. Comes in with a very map-specific build that worked very well against 4Jumi's setup. But yeah, if 4Jumi had walled correctly behind his setup, he would have definitely had a chance to hold that. But you need to be really on top of it. You need to really respect it. And he didn't see it coming until it was already knocking on his door, and I don't think he realized how committed it was. Was it an all-in? Yes, it was. Well, no, yeah, it was an all-in. It was an all-in for sure. No one in the right mind would call that anything other than an all-in. It's going to be Nikoract coming in as the challenger. That used to be a really, really common way to try and steal a win in ZVP. But funnily enough, the new energy overcharge is actually monstrously better against that. But yeah, 4Jumi didn't see it coming, didn't realize how committed it was. And he got punished super duper hard. But happens to the best of us. So why are you calling it an all-in? Because if it gets no damage done, you're so far behind. So far behind. You can obviously macro out of it. Like, when you're on 3 hatches, you can macro out of a lot of things if you do enough damage. But that's true of, like, most all-ins. Or most very aggressive things. The thing is, all-in is more of a colloquialism in StarCraft 2. Like, think about, like, a 2-base 5 racks push. That's why you're calling... Oh, Casterman has no humor? Well, we know that. We knew that one already. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom right. It is the Platinum Heroes Nikoract. Casterman's doing his best. He forgot what he said moments earlier, so it might have made sense as a joke, but I just, you know, just missed it. Maturino, Demi. It's funny that I didn't even realize this in the previous game, but Demi used to be Demi Love, and Jumi has now just changed his name to 4Jumi. That would have been really relevant if I brought it up in the previous match, but brains sometimes do not go burr. And so I've only just now realized. I do like this decal, by the way. I think it's cool. Man, I really hope nothing covers it up. Shit. It is gas pool. But yeah, like I said, I really, really am just a big fan of this decal. It would be a shame if anything were to cover it up. I did it wrong. I forgot that this map only has 2 close mineral patches. Hey, thank you for the raid for Jumi. Now just Jumi. I forgot that this map has only 2 close mineral patches, so I was like, oh, 138. Yeah, that's the Clem timing, too. That's the Clem timing. He changed his name to 2-4-Jumi. Nice. 2-for-Jumi. All right. Is Demi going to try and do anything sneaky with this Speedling opener? Obviously, speed will finish up a little bit earlier than normal, but it's just... This is just more than anything a little mix-up from Demi. Now, if you get absolutely no value with it, it's not good. But if you do something like force out a bunker, it can be decent. And as far as Nikoract knows, it could be roaches. Could be a Ling Bane bust.
Complete.
Demi will go for Ling Bane busts. Now, in this case, it is just, 8 Speedlings. But Nikoract gets the all-important scout. I would say the most important scout is to see that no additional gas was mined. And to see that Ling Speed completed. That is worth losing the Reaper for. I would say he could actually even salvage the bunker already. Just because he's already building Hellions. He didn't lose any SCVs down here, did he? No. But he will lose 1 potentially. Oh, I would have actually really liked to see Demi... Even losing like 2 or 3 Lings for that would have been worth it. Now, okay, professional opinion in the... Hey, thank you very much, Harston, for the raid. Professional opinion. Would sacking 4 SCV or 4 Lings to have killed that SCV been worth it? Maybe, honestly. Maybe. It just always sucks when you build some lings to put on some pressure, and then you sack them, and then you have to rebuild them. That's a bad feeling as Zerg. And obviously, you do have to be mindful of the potential of a run-by. Yeah, thank you very much for the raid, Harstem. Demi is going to be playing, it looks like, defensive Roach. I mean, it can always turn into aggressive Roach. That's the thing about it. But yeah, he's droning a little bit too hard, I think, for it to be anything other than defensive. And there are some Zerg players who are like, well, the queen nerf was too big. I don't want to build 9 queens anymore. It's too expensive, so I'm gonna build roaches instead. I don't know what the optimal play is going to turn out to be. This is played with the bug fix mod. Yes, don't you worry. Don't you worry. I made sure. Actually, the players made sure. They're really on top of it. This is a little bit unfortunate. He's going to need to kill this creep tumor to take his 4th. Ooh, Hellions. Oh. Initially looking for a dive, maybe. Instead, they just decide to go for a creep tumor. Banshee Cloak is donezo. Oh, that was not the play here from Nikarak. He really went deep on creep there. Oh, man. Even if it was just only the 8 lings, 3 Hellions going that far onto creep, feels like it can't work. Cloak was built. Demi is going to have to be mindful of the fact that Nikarak is a massive enjoyer of this. I mean, you just got to call it the Nico build. He is the only one who does it. He's the creator and sole proprietor over this build. It is a 2-base all-in with 5 barracks, double NG bay, doesn't get the armory, and just hits with 1-1, stim, combat shields, bunch of bio, and a couple tanks. It's pretty darn strong. Pretty darn strong, I gotta say. Oh, there you go. He did kill the tumor. Very nice that he was able to get a spread tumor behind it, or before it. A couple drones do get picked off by these Banshees. +1 Carapace is being produced here by Demi. Oh. Gets out of range of the Spore Crawler. Rather, the Spore Crawler detection. He's got to be careful, though. That Overseer is going to complete. Demi can kill this Banshee for sure. But on the other side, ooh, Hellions do run by. Well, obviously, both players were focused on that. But losing the Banshee is a big deal. Killing drones is really, really nice. Especially as oh my god, Demi's building so many workers right now. He's going up to 70 drones. It is fair to say that he cannot build another drone in this game if he wants to have a chance of surviving. Nikarak, wait, doesn't he usually do this with 5 racks? Am I crazy? Does he do this with 3 racks every time? I swear he always does this with 5 racks. Maybe, am I gaslighting myself? Has it always been 3 racks only? Oh my god, Demi's building an infestation pit too. The thing is, Demi can still hold this. Like, the creep spread is pretty nice. Ravagers will be handy. Not taking down this debris is not going to do him any favors. Oh, I don't know about this fight from Demi. He's going to lose a lot of his lings. Tank's getting some good shots. Really, it's the Marines, though, that just went to town. Combat shields will complete in a moment. It's not done yet. Nikarak. Oh, he's just going to step into his opponent. Before shields was a weird choice. But the tanks did very well there. The bio being healed up quite nicely. Has Nikarak shot his shot, though? Corrosive Biles. Oh, not quite enough to take down that tank. It is still firing away. God, he finally gets the first tank. The thing is, I think Nikarak just doesn't snowball this, and he needed to snowball it. Oh, Demi's going to pull away from the base now. Medevacs are mostly out of energy, but 2 fresh ones do show up. Oh, that's a very unfortunate position for those Ravagers to spawn out of. That is actually really important. Very nice for Nikarak. Very fortunate that he was able to find those. Demi has a fair bit of minerals in the bank. Actually, he probably should be building queens now. Doesn't... Oh, no, he's still got a little bit of larva. Can Demi get on enough, scramble out enough to survive here? He did cancel his +1 missile. Tanks are going to town again. Medevacs are out of energy completely. Oh, man, losing those 2 Ravagers was actually such a huge deal, and he actually eats his own bile. That's so unfortunate. Making units off of those larvae would have been very handy. Unfortunately, he loses them. And Nikorak might make it happen after all. Yeah, GG gets called. Oh, man. That is so brutal. That is so brutal. It is so hard to... Or so it is so easy to die to that kind of stuff. Very, very easy. Killing the tanks and it would be GG. Probably. Well, I literally think if you change nothing else, just don't lose those 2 Ravagers. Like, if they're just morphed in a different position, or he defends them and they morph in and he gets them, nothing else changes, he probably wins that game. It was very close. Very, very close. I knew it was coming and I still died. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I will say I think you droned a little bit too hard. You went up to like 70 drones. But obviously, you still would have been able to defend that if it was perfect. Even with the overdrone. It's so hard to not overdrone, even if you know a push is coming, after you lose some drones to like a Hellion run by. Like, your brain is just, oh, I need to replace those. Cyril would have held that with 80 drones. He actually, unironically, you're Kappaing, he might have. He might have been able to. There's a bug in the patch that units cloaked by Mothership can still be targeted, I believe. Really? God, there's so many bugs. All right. We are making it on the bugless patch. Don't you worry, though. Or the bugless mod. It is art. The capital R. That is the Russian art, not the Polish art. Always funny when we have to differentiate. Coming up on the 10th match of this OSC King of the Hill. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top left for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nikorak in the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right. It is Art in the blue. Yeah, the new patch is... It's something. It is definitely something. Yeah, somehow they increase... How did... That's the other thing, too. They didn't even need to touch the Oracle. The Cyclone getting a bug, I mean, it honestly doesn't make a ton of sense because they could have just looked at previous patch values and put the same ones in. But I can at least understand if someone didn't have the greatest understanding of... Or not, just not even an excellent understanding of coding. But I genuinely don't understand how they changed the Oracle. Because they didn't... Like, they didn't do anything to it, right? Like there was no actual change made to the Oracle. I know that energy overcharge was added, but that's not a change to the Oracle. That's a change to how the Nexus interacts with the Oracle. Yeah, how do you possibly add 3 range to Revelation in a patch where the Oracle wasn't meant to be touched? That's the weird bit. Oh, what do you have on the other side of the map? Just a little bit of nuisance harass from Art. Does manage to delay the command center by, I think, a couple seconds, which is kind of nice. Especially when the Reaper popped out. And it's very clearly distracting Nikorak a little bit. Nikorak didn't go in with his first Reaper right away. There's going to be a defensive shield battery here at the natural. And, oh man, this probe is actually... If he attacks this SCV, this could be a real nuisance. Could have gotten right on top of it. Go, go, go. If he was right on top of it, I don't think he would have gotten the kill, but at the very least, he would have forced that off. Would have been really nice. Still, he did see the reactor. Oh, it's going to be a second barracks. This looks like it's probably going to be a tank push coming in from Nikorak. The Ultralisk change is super funky because... Yeah, Zerg got hit pretty hard with the nerf bat, I think. Ooh, nice grenade right there, trying to drive by, but look at that body block from Art. Oh, but the secondary grenade knocks both units aside. Probe pull coming in here, and it's about the best one you could have asked for so far. Still, 6 workers gonna fall. And that is more than enough value already. Oh, that one shield battery, able to keep that last probe alive. Good stuff. Still, oh, Art needs to get these probes back to mining ASAP. He is already in huge trouble after this setup. And the follow-up tank push from Nikorak, I mean, it is going to be very difficult to deal with. And this Sim City will not do Art any favors. If anything, it's just now an extreme vulnerability. Now, can Art... this just looks so difficult for him. Also a little bit supply blocked at 46. Nikorak also supply blocked at 54. But when one player is ahead and they both get supply blocked, I mean, the player that was ahead stays ahead. Just means it wasn't quite as bad for Art as it could have been, but it's still very bad. And that's kind of how that Hellion drive-by worked as well. Wasn't as bad as it could have been, but it's still pretty bad. Yeah, now I... Okay, Art at least scouts this. And he knows there's no starport, so he knows he can send every unit across the map. And that is good information. I would... Oh, do you even energy overcharge? I would say no, don't energy overcharge this. Just let it generate energy naturally. He's going to energy overcharge it. If he can maybe force field this in the middle of the map, that would be nice. Oh, scan came in. SCV is going to get pulled. That's actually really nice that Art repositioned this because now he gets to know what's up. He really needs these sentries out on the map. He needs... The only way Art has a chance here, even a remote chance, is to get some monster force fields, cut the army in half. This is such a long ramp for this. Buying time is not enough. It's definitely not enough. He needs to also pick away at it. Now, Charge is getting close, and he's got 4 gateways in production. If he could have somehow bought, like, a minute, that would be a different story. But he bought about 15 seconds there. Yeah, he really needed to carve that army up. Unfortunately, now this position that I was talking about is that vulnerability. He will pop the Immortal out, but even there, it was just barely. This Blink is not going to do anything for him. Zealot's going to try and warp in. Yeah, no, it's not even close. Not even close. Nikorak got a little bit too much damage done early. And Art, unfortunately, was unable to hold. Yeah, against that kind of thing, you need, like... You need to kind of carve the army up a little bit. Hey, think of the raid, Wardy. Hope the replays from the Olima League were satisfying and fun. Satisfying and fun. I'm really curious. How did Han Mono 2-0 Rogue in that? How did he 2-0 Rogue? Thank you very, very much, by the way, for the raid. Really, really appreciate it. This is the OSC King of the Hill. For anyone who's not familiar, OSC, Eddie SC2, has been running tournaments here, there, and everywhere for years. And has been an unsung hero of the scene. So let's sing his praises now. Thank you. Rogue is the GOAT. Yeah, I don't think Cyril's going to be losing to Han Mono. Ever. One game one, then one game two. Oh, true. Yeah, I'm really curious as to just like what happened there. Would he probably cast it? If Rogue is the GOAT and Han Mono beat Rogue, does that mean Han Mono is the GOAT? Actually, if this had happened more recently, there would have been a golden opportunity to I don't know if you guys have ever seen those YouTube videos, but basically they use let me see if I can put it up here. I'm probably going to lose a bunch of viewers for doing this. It's fine. What is the... They use this song. By the way, it is Mixu coming in on Neon Violet Square. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. But yeah, they use that song and then they post a bunch of images. And it's just the recorder My Heart Will Go On. So good. I cracks me up every single time without fail. All right, Neon Violet Square. Never gets old. It really doesn't. Like, it stands the test of time. All right, get your predictions in here for this ZVT. Our first one of the day. Nope, that's not true. We literally just watched one with Demi. Our second one of the day. Spawning down on the bottom right for Berserker. It is Mixu. Now Berserker Clan as opposed to Berserker Team. Spawning up at the top left for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. In the red. One of the Elder memes. For real, yeah. It's oh god. Just makes me smile. I mean, Neon Violet Square is gigantic. Actually, that's it. That's the tweet. Neon Violet Square is gigantic. Do you... Yeah. Yeah. There's also a gold base. It's a good Zerg map. It's a good Zerg map. Now, it is worth noting that there's a free back base. It's only got half the minerals. It's got full gas, but only half the minerals. Now, do you really want to go mech here? Nope. Think Mixu isn't technically Berserker anymore since the pro team disbanded? Well, he might be wearing it as like a clan, as like an homage until he gets picked up by another team if he does. Or is like a tip of the cap type of thing. Yeah, this map, like Abyssal Reefs, should never have made it into the pool. But here we are. We live in interesting times. To be fair, the person who updated the map pool might have only watched their last StarCraft 2 tournament back when Tasteless and Artosis casted the last game on Neon Violet Square in GSL. Who knows? Who knows? I'm just glad we don't have 18 months of the same maps. Me too. Oh, Ovi gets picked off on the left side. Me too. It's bad. It's bad when they stay the same. Mixu getting a little bit of supply block there, losing that Ovi. Fortunately, he did have another one ready to go pretty quickly afterwards, so he clearly knew he was going to lose that at some point. Is Nikorak going to... He's doing a two-base 1-1-1. Is he just going to two-base all in on the like the biggest map in the pool? I mean, there are some good tank spots, I guess. The problem is, like, by the time you get across the map, by the time you rally across them, I mean, I guess if you set up tanks here, his base is a little bit vulnerable. I don't know. I feel like maybe he just thinks this is his best chance to win against Mixu on this map because it's such a big map, and if it goes long, you're just in a terrible position anyways. Well, I don't think 2,000 Atmospheres or Eternal Empire were even our best options. Not even close. There's so many good ones. Like, so many good ones. So many good maps. By the way, Mixu is building a lot of units off of a 2-gas. Uh-oh. He's going for a big Roach Ling push into Cloak Banshee. This is... Well, I mean, it's such a big map. There's such an easy... There's so much potential for Nikorak to just miss these units crossing the map. And I actually think that might be exactly what happens. The Hellions rotate to the top. Yeah, this has no business being successful, and it may very well end up being successful. Now, these Banshees are going to be a real problem to deal with. Oh, man. There's no spores being produced at the third. Lings are flooding in. Nikorak's got to raise the depots. Okay, he does get the depot lift. That'll buy him a lot of time. Hellions are flying back home. Ooh, Banshee's found one of the queens. SCVs are going to fall. Oh, Corrosive Biles. Boom. 5 kills on that one Ravager, so he actually did connect. Does need to make sure he cancels the third CC. Will kill off all the SCVs here. Now... both Banshees are still alive. Hellion, good unit retention from both sides, honestly. Oh, as I say that, Hellions do get surrounded on the back end. Nikorak is just trying to stop any additional damage, and Mixu is just trying to desperately find as much as he can behind this. Roaches are going to be the only things that can actually kill units behind this. Nikorak will lift up. Lings should just be sent back home, I think, now. Although killing this refinery ain't so bad neither. Targeting this command center is a bit of a weird choice. Oh, is he going to save the gas? No. I'm a little bit confused why he didn't just send the Lings home. That would have been a much better value play in my opinion. But look at the worker count. Mixu firing on all cylinders behind this. And as long as he doesn't straight up die, he's got this game almost... Oh my god, it's going to turn into a 2-base all-in after all. Nikorak didn't even want to. It just happened. It just has to. It just has to be this way. The rules of the universe demand it. Roddy didn't pick those 2 maps for the map pool. He picked them for like a tournament that he was running, and it's entirely possible that the intern tuned in, saw that Roddy was using these maps, and was like, okay, and just put them in. And if that's the case, that really fucking sucks. And that honestly is actually probably what happened. Banshees will find 1 queen. Mixu is still droning. He's still droning. Is Nikorak going to win because Mixu refuses to stop droning? It's 43 army supply to 14. Mixu just needs to build units. Oh my god, he's still droning. To be fair, he saw a third CC, so he might be thinking, like... My opponent's going for this. Okay, Spore Crawler does reposition. It trucks Medivacs now, so, like... If he can't get unloaded, Mixu will have time to take advantage of his 49-worker lead. Look, this income disparity is legit disgusting. I think he's actually just going to win this. Mixu, that is. There's so much map to cross. Mixu's going to survive to 1-1 Bane speed. God, this is not how StarCraft is supposed to be. All right, here comes the actual push. It's a reminder, by the way, tanks can't squeeze through here, but they can take advantage of this position. I can't believe Mixu's actually gonna get away with this level of greed, potentially. +1 Carapace has kicked in. Bane speed is moments away. Tank sieging up so far away from the base. There's that Bane speed. Mixu just needs to hold down unit production. He just needs to inject correctly. This is maybe not the greatest use of these lings, but even forcing reinforcements back home is a good thing. Mixu might want to he's building a hive. He's building a hive and 2-2. He doesn't know that his opponent is on 32 workers. Oh boy. If this should tell you how far Mixu got ahead if he actually does go on to hold and win this game. And it's looking good for him, I'll say that. Both Banshees going to go down. Corrosivile's even finding one of the medevacs. Yeah, there's too much Zerg. There's just too much Zerg. Map too big. Lead too big. Mixu is so giga rich. Like, look, he's literally mining like almost 3 times more than his opponent in aggregate. Like 2.5 times more in aggregate. Good God. This map should force Terran to build BCs. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad BC map in theory. Well done by Mixu. Very weird way that we got there. Very weird way that we got there. I realize the intern is probably someone who probably wants to do better but hasn't been given the resources. Yes, the person who like works at Blizzard, supposedly they're doing it like as like in addition to their actual job. I don't think they're the one that pushed this patch though, if I had to guess, because well, I can't really imagine that. I don't know. I legit don't know what's going on under the hood. All I know is that Blizzard in general is almost certainly to blame for all of it. Not necessarily the individual who's working on it. Yeah, it seems like this was... They maybe assigned someone to it who just literally had no idea what they were doing. But I don't know. I don't know. Regardless, it's... Well, it is disappointing. So it looks like we're going to Queen Amygdala. Oh. I don't know if I already shouted you out, but thank you very much, Parabytes, for the 200 resub at 40 months. I think I might have, but I legit don't know. It's a whirlwind here. Thrill-a-minute life of me. Oh, something that does suck, actually, is that how shift commands work now, because of how they changed the way that rallying to gases work, was actually a quality of life nerf to Protoss. Which really sucks, actually. Because now when you shift-click build a gas and try and build something else with it, the worker waits until the gas is done, mines gas, comes out, and then does this follow-up command. Now, you can argue that Protoss should just get good, but that's just more than anything, that's just like a middle finger to Protoss players. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom left. It is, well, at least he's wearing the clan tag for now. Berserker Mixu. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up the top right. It is Offside Gaming's Christianer. In the red. In the red. In the red. Quality of life nerf. I mean, like, yeah. Protoss has gotten a lot of quality of life buffs over the years. Like, Warp Gate turning on automatically. What are some of the other ones? Oh, water balloons. Well, that's not... Is that a quality of life buff? That's more of just a straight up buff. Warp Gate hotkey. Did they always have... I feel like they always had the Warp Gate hotkey, at least for a very long time. God, the hatch finishes so fast now. 157. That is quick. Or was the Warp Gate hotkey added in, like, hearts or hots or something? Archon Diet. Once again, that's not really a quality of life. That's just a straight up massive buff to the Archon. I thought Warp Gate hotkey was around in WoW. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was pretty sure that it was. Shift, for anyone not familiar, is an OG. They've been around for a while. Used to be actually on the University StarCraft team that I was a part of. Well, that I ran. That I was in charge of for many a year. It was funny. Nah, I'm not going to open up that old can of worms, actually. Protoss does have a lot of quality of life features. And I think the other races, it would be better if they also had some of them. You might know what I'm talking about, Shift. You might have an idea. Oh, tried to micro back the Ling. Unfortunately, the Targan was already there. Oh, recall. I mean, I guess Ling speed was about to complete. Wait, is this a... No, this... Is he full walling? He's building a shield battery and full walling. This is a brutal misread right now from Christianer. This is like really bad for Christianer here. This is just a full wall. Yeah, he's like, you didn't... He's like, I'm not sure if you're aware, sir, but you have borked your wall. Oh, that's a lot of damage on that first Oracle. Christianer, not a good start in the slightest. And I believe he's also going for his patented Christianer build, but has forgotten his Twilight Council. Starts it up now. Unless I'm mistaken, this is very late. Like super, super late. So this is well, I guess in this case it's 2 oracles, but the oracle into Archon drop is definitely something Christianer's a big, big fan of. So far, good defense against the oracles. Very nice drone pull right there. Manages to not have lost even a single drone, which is fantastic. Christianer forced to kill his own gateway and has to rebuild another one. There's the Templar Archives now, but the War Prism is already done. Yeah, this is so late. This is so, so late out of Christianer. And Mixu. Oh, can he find that one probe? He will. Gets the block and the probe and forces both oracles to turn on the pulsar beam. Every little interaction has been good for Mixu, bad for Christianer. You might be saying, oh, Christianer doesn't have the gas to warp in Archons. This is on time. Incorrect. He started an Immortal. That's 100 gas right there. Obviously, he built the double Oracle, which, I mean, does delay things, but... yeah, this is... oh, my God, and he's supply block now, too. Oh, man, everything that can go wrong with a build. Well, that's actually not true. There are things that can go worse with a build. But for what this build has been and what I've seen it be, it is hitting so late. And I think even Christianer would agree that he would have liked to have done this better. Oh, those drones, though. I mean, all is forgiven if you get this kind of damage. Archons go very deep, but the War Prism able to pick them up. On the other side of the map, though, Ling's getting dropped into natural. They find 6 probes. He actually loses more probes than drones that he killed. Yeah, this early game... if this early game were a vote in Parliament as to whether your coup was legal, it would be 190-0 in favor of no, the coup was not legal. This is a nice little bit of damage. Too soon. I think it would have been too soon if it had worked. I mean, Gemini already made a meme on the front page of Reddit being like, when cheese fails, which was kind of a banger. Mixu is going to be going for Swarm Host, and I mean, Swarm Host position good here. That's pretty much it, though. This is like the best Swarm Host position. It's not like you can take advantage of these rocks here. Christianer is going to need an absolute miracle to try and do anything in this game. Okay, Stasis Ward. Well, that's a pretty big Stasis Ward to start things off. Nidus Worm is being produced. I thought the coup did fail. I thought it failed because of the parliamentary response. But I am not 100% sure. Like, I don't have up-to-the-minute details on the situation. Nice force fields from Christianer. The Locust electing to be used in the fight. Immortal will get jumped and taken down. Archons also going to get blasted by the Roach Locust. Stasis Ward. Oh, look at that. The Stasis got triggered by just a single lone Locust. Granted, the rest of the Locust didn't do too much because it kind of went down piecemeal, but still. Just feels like everything... oh, man, he loses one of the Oracles, too. No, that was the Prism. Storm will land on some of these Roaches. Oh, now he loses the Oracle. Okay, well, it was... damn, look at the creep spread for Mixu. This is just him spreading across the map. This isn't even using the Nidus. Oh, popping these Swarm Hosts back out is a little bit bold, but he is able to pop the Locust right away. Storm's not going to be enough to save Christiana here. This was as disastrous of a start as you can get. And the game's bout. Well, okay, that is a lot of Immortals against mostly Roaches. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, a snipe down a High Templar, but, oh, Mixu's actually starting to really run out of steam. And by run out of steam, it's more like the car was about to cross the finish line and then the engine blew up. But he's still in a strong driver's seat position. Wow, we really went with the automotive stuff there. Mutas would be great here. Teching up to Hive would be great here. Christiana just now firing up his +2 weapons, so any timing he would want to do. I mean, we can't even really think about that for now. Oh, Zealous on the other side of the map. They do have charge. Little transfuse being used. Immortals being saved for the moment. Christiana basically just kind of turtling on 3 bases. Finally now taking a 4th. I mean, he did try to take one at the top side, it looks like. Mixu needs to tech up. If he doesn't tech up, he's in trub. Which would be a shame, because this was a completely won game. Now I'm not so sure. Immortal Storm still goes hard in the paint. And Storms have not yet been used. I actually like the conservation of Storm energy right there. The mass Stacies have been really helpful for keeping Christiana alive. This Locust Wave basically, I mean, it baits out a Storm, kills 2 cannons. Zealots on the other side of the map are going to find this 5th base, potentially. Can Mixu save it? Oh, no. The body block of his own Roaches. Aye. Does he move him? Yes, he does. And that might actually... Okay, good job from Mixu. We fixed it. That will be enough to save this hatch, at least for the moment. Still, he needs to deny this base. Is Christiana actually just walking across the map with half of his Immortals? I mean, this is kind of insane. Okay. Well, we're going to recall. Oh. That. Mixu's frustrated right now. I can tell you that. Oh my god, the stasis on the top side. We're up to 13 Immortals and 12 High Templar. Oh boy. Oh, he's out of Storm energy here. Did already use energy overcharge. But on the other side of the map, this is another Immortal High Templar army. And I do mean Immortal High Templar. There's nothing else. It's just Immortals and High Templar. What else do you need? What else could you want? We're going to see the attempted surround. No recall is available. Corrosive Vials do land on the Immortals. He takes down all the High Templar. But the Immortals are still going to do very well in this fight. And in fact, they're going to win it. For anyone wondering why the Immortal had 10% of its DPS removed, show them this game. Damn, well done by Christiana, but oh, thank God we made it so you can't abduct the mothership anymore. I mean, I wouldn't say this was a colossal blunder. I would say it was a lot of blunders by Christiana before that. I don't know, man. It is fair to say Christiana is very good with the Immortal Storm style. But yeah, that was one of the games of all time, that is for sure. Yeah, unfortunately, I was unable to go. The question is not if it's yeah, not if it's like necessarily overpowered, but is that good design? I don't think so. I don't think so. It is going to be Mio Micah next. There obviously, yeah, going Mutas there would have been a very good play, but it feels counterintuitive. I mean, Mutas would have just potentially just won the game. Potentially. He would move to Archons and make 2 cannons. I don't know if I agree with that one. I think you didn't have gas. To be fair, yeah, you didn't see how bad his start was. His start was like really, really, really bad. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom right. It is Christiana in the red. And his opponent spawning up the top left. It is Mio Micah, the hatch enjoyer, with a 15 hatch. So, okay, so here's a question. Let's because people are like, oh, you're balance winding, blah, blah, blah. Let's think about this from the other perspective. So, Mixu stayed on Roach Ravager Swarm Host for a while there. Let's think about what Terran does in that situation. They can stay on Marine Marauder, and they will absolutely win that game every time. Now, obviously, the races are asymmetrically balanced. I know that. I know that. Yeah, what is Mio cooking? I actually have no idea. An Extractor Trick 15 hatch into a 3 hatch gas pool is the weirdest shit I've ever seen. And truly a Mio Micah style play. And you know what? I mean, he saved 50 minerals on the start between these 2 hatches. I don't know that I agree with the build, but it's a way of circumventing cheaper queens and taking advantage of cheaper hatchery. Or sorry, more expensive queens. But yeah, no, that's just realistically probably, well, probably the wave and how Dark would have tried to close that game out, and probably the best way to close that game out would have been transition into like Banes and stay like Roach Ravager Ling Bane. maybe even slow tech to Hive during it, or not even that slow, but it is a lot easier said than done. A lot easier said than done. I didn't give enough credit to Cristiano for surviving. He did a very good job of surviving. I think I will admit that Zerg hatch tech is kind of long-term weak. Yeah. And I think... And I'm not saying it shouldn't be, but I'm saying think about how the other races function. And especially consider, like, what Broodlords are now. They suck. Lurkers are your best option, but they are not actually super easy to play. Cristiano is going to go for a... Oh, he cancels the Shade here. Okay. Well. Oh, Mio Micah attacking his own hatch there. Oh, and he gets juked by the... Okay, this is so good for Cristiano. 5 drones, and he's... Oh, my God, he's going to find so many more. Yeah, this is game over. Yeah, 100%. 100%. GG. Well done by Cristiano. That was 100% game over for sure. No way you're winning that one. Ultras are really strong with the pathing change, though. What? Are you serious? In what matchup? In ZVZ? Because in ZVT, I think they're quite a bit worse now with the anabolic synthesis nerf and the size nerf. Like, they're bigger again. And in ZVP, I mean, you just always made immortals. I don't think Hearthstone would do a bronze to GM. I think he's too honorable. All right, next up is going to be Gerald. Beating Grandmasters with stupid stuff. Oh, yeah. Not bronze to GM. Yeah, Hearthstone is a master. An absolute master of content creation. Ravagerling and Hydraling all-ins are probably the best bet for CVP. I mean, Raynor said, like, hey, like, in the future, the best way to play this matchup is going to be timing based, and like that's super lame. Like, I hate that. And people like roasted him on Twitter, and it's like, well, that's going to be the case. I don't know. We'll see, but I really don't think that Ultralisks... No, I don't think Ultralisks are... I think they're worse than they were before. I think they're maybe even quite a bit worse than they were before. Like, the size change is actually such a massive nerf. And the fact that it kind of went... the other way. It's kind of a turntable scenario with the timing-based thing, right? I mean, it depends on when you're referring to, but I mean, there have been times where Zerg late game has been completely dominant. But it's... I think you have to go back pretty far. I think you have to go back pretty far. This is the 14th match of the day. The penultimate match here. One of these players will challenge for the crown this week. Yeah, that's actually a good point, is Ultras have never been super fantastic units. It's just that the other options were better. Now the Broodlord is, I mean, it's just so bad. It's just so bad. And to be fair, I think if they'd pushed through the unbugged version of the Broodlord, it would have been broken. I think it legit would have been so broken. I only needed to see one game with it to be like, no, this thing is way too strong. But the version of it that we currently have is just such a wet noodle. Like, it just sucks so much. It's so weak. I don't know. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top left for Streamer Zone, it is Geralt. Mustache Man. King of late game PvP. And spawning down on the bottom right for Offside Gaming. The progenitor of the Christianer build. It is Christianer. In the red. I remember back in the day you could predict that the Zerg player would lose if they built Ultras. By the way, I will be covering the Masters Coliseum qualifiers over the next few days. The Asia qualifier takes place tomorrow. Then there is, I think there's one Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, possibly. Yeah, I don't know. It's like for me it was kind of mind-blowing that they removed the ability to abduct the mothership. Oh, this is cute from Christianer. He's going to be able to, if he is so inclined, go for a quicker Nexus now. But he does actually start the Stalker, which is a little bit interesting. Wouldn't have minded him just not building that. Going just Sentry right away, canceling the shield battery. And then going for this. Oh, Geralt tried to trick his own probe down to the natural. That's very funny, but obviously it just ends up being a net minus 25 extra for him. And Christianer ends up canceling the Stalker anyways. Meanwhile, it is Christianer who built a pylon on his opponent's side of the map. And this is going to give Christianer a really nice Nexus timing lead. Yeah, I'm honestly fine with making it half distance for the mothership. Like, that is totally okay. But, like, right now there's legitimately just no answer for Zerg to the mothership. There just isn't. You just don't have an answer to the mothership. And that's not really okay. And people are like, oh, but it's a hero unit. It's not supposed to be abductable. It should be able to survive. Okay. But then you can't make it have, like, insane DPS, crazy powerful spells. Like, it can't be the power level that it is if you want to make a fair and balanced game. And that should be everyone's objective, is to make a fair and balanced game. And I don't think the mothership being unabductable moves us in that direction. I think it moves us away from that direction. Yeah, you can't make it the god unit that it is. Exactly. We do see Geralt did go over the Stargate, of course, and it is going to be an Oracle being overcharged. Christianer skipping shield battery. Ooh, interesting little stasis ward here. Oh, Geralt misfired on the rocks here. I think he was trying to shoot the probe that was transferring, but I don't think he would have gotten it anyways. If Christianer is able to keep all his minerals lines alive without losing, without building any shield batteries, that would be fantastic for him. Oh, stasis ward is going to finish. And that means that the Adepts can bully their way in. But instead, they actually transfer to the natural. Probe triggers the... Huh, okay. Was this worth it? He gets 3 probes. for 2 Adepts. Does use a lot of stasis energy. That's a little bit awkward for Cristiano. I don't know if he actually saw that. I would assume no, because you could have just sent 1 Stalker instead of multiple. Oh my god, it's 2 proxied gateways. Geralt going for a big Blink Stalker attack. Hey, think you're much, Stegosaurus. Donka. This is very nifty. Ooh, did Cristiano see the probe? Did he realize? He sees Stalkers crossing the map, but I don't think he realizes what's coming his way just yet. Is Geralt going to expand? He is. That might fool Cristiano a little bit. The thing is, Blink is done for both players right now. There's actually more Stalkers for Cristiano. The problem, of course, being he has to defend multiple places at once with his Oracles. Shield battery killed. No cancel. That's expensive. Geralt does have a much better concave here, and he's got more Stalkers as well. Cristiano has been a little bit cleaner with the Blinks, though. Now Probe's going to pull. They're going to help out quite a bit. Okay, it ends up being 1 for 1, but there's a massive amount more hull damage on Geralt's Stalkers, and now he loses another one. Cristiano could have potentially blinked in on top of this, but he decides not to. Instead, going to save the Blinks for the defense. He does have Guardian Shield energy. There we go, pops it. Geralt with some nice Blink Micro, but I think Cristiano, once again, it is the aggregate amount of health. As I say that, though, he does not blink back those last couple of Stalkers on the left side. And Geralt is actually starting to win out here. Cristiano now recalling into the main base. Ooh, he cannot get that Oracle, though. And now it is Geralt who's going to have a free hand against a bunch of probes at this base. He will need to blink out of here, but he's going to gut this mineral line. And he's got a Nexus down behind this. And now it's a 9-worker lead for Geralt. He holds his Stalker advantage. Damn. This looked kind of good for Cristiano for a while, until it very suddenly didn't. There was like 4 Stalkers he lost right here on the bottom side of the concave that were all savable. I think we're all savable. I would actually have to go back and see if the blink was off cooldown, because I might be wrong about that. But it just goes to show you how quickly a game can get out of hand at this level. Double Adept going to shade into the natural. That is going to maybe be the final nail in the coffin here. Geralt has put on a masterclass with this Blink Stalker aggression. And you can see why it is so important to build those shield batteries. You're going to need them at some point, almost guaranteed eventually. 14 probes go down. Geralt might lose a couple of units on the front line. Maybe more than he wanted to. But it does not matter at this point. I don't think, anyways. Well, he's going to be knocked down to 5 gates, and it's going to be 5 gates coming online for Cristiano. But we've got a crap ton more gates about to finish up for Geralt. He's got a massive eco advantage. Charge is getting close to completing. +1 weapons even on the way. Cristiano's going to try and chrono boost probes to get back into this. I just don't see... I don't see any way for Cristiano to realistically come back in this one. And you might be saying, oh, but the supplies, he's got the army supply advantage. Doesn't matter. The infrastructure Geralt has, as long as he doesn't make a massive, massive blunder. Well, actually, hang on. Geralt doesn't have a robo. He still hasn't built one, so he can't reinforce into the fight. And Cristiano does have +1 weapons. Oh my god, this Oracle is still... It's up to 17 kills. 17 kills. That is... Well, that's just too many. That's just too many kills. I didn't actually realize Cristiano had +1 weapons. That's kind of big. Oh, nice job from Geralt, able to blink out of there. That was kind of a cute move from Cristiano, because he fired a shot and then blinked. And the fact that Geralt was able to get away still was very nice. Now, Zealot's getting it on top of the 3rd base mineral line. And that is going to be too much. Geralt putting on a bit of a masterclass. Well done. And he will knock down the king. I don't think anyone won more than 2 maps today. That is kind of cool. I would say that's even kind of awesome. Yeah, no one won more than 2 maps. And the players that did win 2 maps today might surprise you. Nikaract, Christy Honor, and Quanta. And that's with Mana playing, Shameless playing, Mixu playing. I guess there's no like super big heavy hitters, but it's been a very even set of games on the day, and that's super fun. I like that. That's a good thing. Gerald, we haven't seen yet if he can win multiple maps. He gets his chance now. Toss a coin to your Witcher. True. I like larger ultras because of the power fantasy, but I hate them because of how it changes their effectiveness. Yeah, exactly. The larger size makes its AoE bigger? That doesn't sound right, but I don't... I can't be certain that it's wrong. Are we heading to North America? As opposed to North America, we're going to Norse America. Give ultras an ability that damages buildings a lot, but take 25% damage using it, so ultras will be used as rams against Terran Turtle. Did the Danes take over again? Yes. All right, this is for the crown at the end of the week, a double map. Let's hope this one is an entertaining and good match, as good as most of the matches have been today. Here we go, spawning up at the top right for the Platinum Heroes. It is Art in the pink. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for Streamer Zone. It is Geralt in the blue. Yeah, for me, like, I always would rather see design changes and balance changes that favor players that have more skill. For sure. No, this is a different Art. This is the Polish Art. And of course, these two players are a part of the endless legion of Polish Protoss players. So, like, for me, the most exciting change about the patch was Energy Overcharge. It gives so many options to Protoss. It's a cool new ability. And if it can replace Battery Overcharge sufficiently, that's a fantastic thing. That is really good for the game if we can make it actually viable to get rid of Battery Overcharge. I like balance changes that favor skill, but I feel like Zerg has been made far too hard to play. I mean, the Serral effect has been pretty profound. There's definitely... there's definitely been a significant fall in the number of, like, mid-level Zergs and the number of rising star Zergs. It's much lower than the other races. But the tricky bit is that if you can put every piece together, all the tools, all the puzzle pieces together for Zerg, it does become extremely powerful, and Cyril's shown that. Even after rounds of nerfs, he still manages to make every player that's not named Clem look like a scrub. Did you see Hero Marine's caption today? Chill Cyclone abuse stream. Nice. Nice. Oh, Gerald knows that something's missing because he saw that there was no second pylon in the main, and I think this sees it. Yeah, surely it does. Yeah. Won't leash on it, but seeing it is all you need, because Gerald, well, unlike me, he looks at his mini-map. Actually, Gerald has fantastic reaction time. One of the most APM-efficient players probably in the game. Art, though, did get a little bit of a bamboozle with this. Did fool his opponent ever so slightly. However, he is now going to... Well, yeah, he's going to lose this pylon. And that is the drawback of this fake proxy pylon, is it is a vulnerability, and losing that really sucks. A little bit awkward on the positioning from Gerald with the way he sent this one stalker back. Wasn't super mindful with it, but fortunately for him, Art did not move all the way out with his units. And, I mean, honestly, if he had, that would have been a big problem. Because this Oracle would have been quite the problem. Oh, Art. Oh, no. He had the probe here. He could have blocked against this. But, unfortunately, will end up losing a few probes here at minimum. Good retarget on the Oracle, but Gerald was quick to get out of there. That means the Adepts get 1 or 2 more probes as well. It is a lot more difficult than it looks to control the Adept Oracle well. But Gerald always, the top Protoss always make it look easy. And it's not. It's not. There is, so something like the Oracle, I do think is a great skill expression unit. Ooh. Oh, man, he almost gave his opponent the slip, and he does! Can he get back in range? The Phoenix is faster. Well, he managed to get far enough away that it nets him the kill on this probe. Art, though, is pushing across the map with the Stalker Sentry. And this is potentially going to come as a little bit of a surprise to Gerald. He will lose his pylon here, and that's going to supply block him. That means no more Warpins. This might result in a Nexus cancel. All right. Stasis Ward, though. Oh, no. Oh, Art didn't. He saw it, but he didn't see it. Well, that's awkward. Yeah, and Gerald did get the Nexus cancel, so... I mean, I think it's kind of fine for Gerald. The main thing is that the supply block blocked, like, I think a full round of Warpins. So he is down a full round of Warpins, but he's also up quite a few probes. Art's going to kind of make up the difference here. Oh, looks like the Oracle attempted to be blinked on. Wasn't able to get it, though. Oh, and oh my goodness, somehow we got a Stasis Ward down in the natural. Gerald, if he can move in right now... Yeah, he's going to be able to find 2 sentries. Does get in just as his opponent's units wake back up, and now blink available. Ugh. Gerald might have gone a little bit too deep there. He might have mined too greedily and too deeply. Any dwarf enjoyers in the chat? Eba should practice his toss more. Unironically, I think his toss has so much potential. I think if Eba switched to toss full time, he could legit turn into something very special. I think Protoss is a better race for him than Zerg. 100%. Yeah, this was a little bit awkward, placing a stasis ward underneath a sieged up observer. Oh, blink forward from Geralt. He snipes his opponent's Stalker. Very nice control right there from Geralt. A sneaky little snipe. Man, he kind of danced those Stalkers like nobody's business. Although I think that was Geralt's... Was it? No, yeah, because he was behind, I think, from the previous Stalker skirmish. So I think he just got 2 for 0. And Art, a little bit of a misclick here on a couple of these probes. It's very unfortunate, because he's already a little bit behind. Play the matchups from the other perspective. That is always good advice. Play the matchups from the other perspective to see what kills them. Yeah. And see what's difficult, what players are doing. That's something that I need to do to be better at, and I am going to be doing that, I think, a lot more. Be like, what is strong? What is weak? And the fact... Oh, no cancel. That's expensive. Geralt with a very decisive move right there. Always good to test your opponent's reaction time as often as you can. Zealot's going to run by here on the right side. And there is a cannon here. Oh, that was a funny little interaction right there. Zealots go turn around to chase the Stalker. It blinks forward anyways. It actually drags the Zealots back into the mineral line. Art, he is very much on the ropes right now. Zealots will come back and clean this up, but Geralt is applying constant pressure. That cannon was actually worth a lot. It kept a lot of probes alive. Even 3 or 4 seconds with Zealots attacking an exposed mineral line is like... I mean, that was like 4 Zealots. That would have been 10 or 12 dead probes if Art didn't pull and didn't have the cannon. So bottom time to get back in position. Oh, Geralt finding this other base. Art will be forced back for the... Or sorry, Geralt will be forced back for the moment. And you know what? Art's going to survive at least for now because Geralt is transitioning towards double Robo Disruptor. He says, you've passed the test. You've earned your macro game. And now he says, let's see how you like it. With like a Joker smile on his face. I don't even know. Apparently in this version of reality that I'm broadcasting, Geralt is a psychopath when he's actually just the nicest guy. Nice cancel on the warp, and he's not going to get anything. He did lose the Oracle. That actually, this is kind of nice for Art. Killing that Oracle at least is a good thing. And he does hold the base for the moment. The problem is, like, he is just... Well, a lot of it was Geralt was just floating a little bit of money, and as he starts his Disruptor, starts a 5th base, warps in more units, the supply lead rematerializes. Now, there are a lot of Archons here, but if there's one thing Disruptors love fighting against, it is Archons. Those big, fat, meaty idiots. Look at them with their big, dumb, cotton ball-looking ass. What, do they think they're Satan? They've got horns? Eat this! Nerf this! Oh. I can't believe they made it so that D.Va didn't play StarCraft anymore. Why? Why was that a thing? Why were they like, hey, here's just a nice little lore thing for StarCraft players. You know what? We're taking it away from them. Oracle was rebuilt, by the way. He wants the utility of that, and I actually really like it. We are seeing Art trying to outposition Geralt, and if he can cut across... Well, he's going to blink forward, snipes one Disruptor. Ooh, but the counter hit... I think the old Disruptor would have only gotten 1 kill. This is the big radius Disruptor once again. So it gets a decent connection. Yeah, I actually like that approach. Old Blizzard said Diva's a StarCraft player. I don't care what new Blizzard said. Yeah, true. Oh, boom. Get disrupted, idiot. I'm not talking to Art. I'm talking to the Archons. We do see... Oh, that's a nice blink forward from Geralt, and this is almost certainly going to be the decisive fight. Archons are getting some really good value, some good shots. And warping Zealots in right on top of Archons is not necessarily the best thing. Nice little spread against the Disruptors, but as the next set of Warpings come in, another Disruptor shot connects. This will surely spell the end for Art here. Geralt will be able to claim the crown. Obviously, that was a misclick there from Art. Well done by Geralt. Oh. That sounds pretty freaking awesome, Miro. How has no one thought of that? Maybe 1.35 is a little bit too strong for full damage. Maybe you make it like 1 or like 1.15 or 1.2. Because I think 1.35... Well, at that point, now you've just massively buffed the Disruptor, because that's what it was in the previous patch. But I think if you make it like 1.2 or 1.1, or even just 1, like how big would 1 radius be? But like that's a really cool idea. That's a really cool idea and could replace the Disruptor, or like could solve the fact that the Disruptor was nerfed so heavily. Oh man, that's really cool. That is really, really cool. Splash fall off on Disruptor would be cool, yeah. I mean, if the previous patch was ineffective, then shouldn't it still do damage at that radius? Wait, do you mean the previous patch Disruptor? Because the previous patch Disruptor was very effective. What? That's why it was changed. It was because it was too effective against Terran. It created too many game-ending moments. Wait, you don't think that the Disruptor was buffed right now, do you? The Disruptor was absolutely nerfed, and many people would say it was gutted. I don't think it was necessarily gutted. I think it was heavily nerfed. I was more thinking about against players like Clem who never got hit by anything. You unironically think it's a buff versus Terran? Really? Really? You're not trolling? No troll. Damn, that's crazy. Has any other like you are obviously at Home Story. Wait, were you at Home Story Cup this weekend? You were, right? You weren't? Oh, I'm so sorry. Neither was I, so I couldn't. It is, yeah, the Marauders surviving even after they've been stimmed feels bad. And also, the mental damage that a Disruptor hit used to do was big. Yeah, but Ghosts, the big thing is that it still kills Ghosts. That is good, but killing Marines is like... The most interesting thing to me is that, I feel like I don't see Protoss players build Colossus, like, at all anymore. Like, at all. Like, they just don't. They're just not building, Colossus. And, I mean, High Templar do get you through the mid-game really nicely now in this matchup, in PvT. But, like, it still feels like there's many scenarios where making Colossus would be a good move. Clem used Colossus versus Gumiho. And they looked fine, right? Like, they looked okay. Like, they looked... Yeah, I feel like the Colossus is For me, the most mind-boggling thing is when I see players being like, why can't we buff the Colossus? The Colossus isn't strong enough. It doesn't do enough. Like, it's just a weak, shitty unit. And I'm like, no. It just was so broken before. It was just so broken before. Like, the Heart of the Swarm... Like, people are like, we should go back to the Heart of the Swarm Colossus, where you make 3 Colossus and they destroy everything on the ground. And it's like, no, you should not. You should have scenarios where Colossus are the correct choice, and you should have scenarios where Colossus are the wrong choice. Just like everything. And that's why I don't like the Ghost. Because the Ghost is almost never a wrong answer. Or at least in the... Now with the supply nerf, it's actually quite a bit more difficult to get a lot of Ghosts out. I'm particularly thinking about TVP, by the way. But also TVZ. It feels like it's never the wrong answer, which is bad. But you don't have players making like there's very rarely scenarios where building a Ghost in TVP in the previous patch when it was 2 supply, that was almost never the wrong answer. There would be like very specific 2-base Colossus all-ins that you could face off against. And if you went Ghosts as your like first like next tech, that was potentially not a good thing. But even then, if your opponent was relying on sentries and you EMP'd the sentries, it was still an okay move. And that's, traditionally speaking, Colossus should counter Ghost. As like, if we go on like this unit counters this unit, which counters this unit, which counters this unit, like the like moving up the chain. On the other side of things for Terran, you also don't really have anything that can replace the Ghost either. Yes, but that's also a problem. And I'm not saying you nerf the... And Terrans always get defensive about this. I've never said nerf the Ghost with no compensation. That's never been a thing that I've said. But I do think that the Ghost fills every role in the late game versus Zerg. And it feels... it's probably just too strong versus Protoss. Now, I'm still thinking of the 2 supply Ghost. The 3 supply Ghost is it remains to be seen. We need to see if that's enough to make it okay. But it sounds like the Ultra nerf, or at least the Ultra redesign, has compensated pretty strongly. And the thing that sucks about that now, too, is now going back to what I was saying before, now Marine Marauder is once again even stronger for Terran, and goes back to my previous point, where it's like, okay, so Mixu, yeah, he stayed on a mid-game composition, but like it feels bad when one race is allowed to just do that kind of indefinitely, and is kind of even being pushed towards that if the other races can't do the same thing. Well, some of the most exciting, best StarCraft 2 in the history of the game, and what people remember the most fondly, is Mutilating Bane versus Marine Tank Medevac or Bio Mine Medevac. Like, a lot of things. But what is the prevailing concept there? Constant fighting, mid-game armies, constant trading. It's just always action. It's non-stop action. Things where the skill ceiling is insanely high and basically can't be reached because there's so many things you can do, so many little decisions you can make. Yeah, it's just... That was like the best time in the history of StarCraft in terms of people's like favorite games. Now, I'm not saying that late games aren't good and aren't enjoyable. They can be super, super enjoyable. And we've seen stuff like the... what am I trying to say? We've seen stuff like, you know, like Cyril versus Stats is fondly remembered. But why TVP remains a super enjoyable match is that there is a lot of strength in the mid game for both sides. Both sides have really strong mid game armies. And while, yes, you can get up towards... well, okay, actually, there are some things that I'm not a big fan of. And that is the fact that if Terran gets up to a certain number of Liberators, you basically have to transition into air as Protoss, and that like really slows down the game. I do think ranged Liberators are still too strong against Protoss. That's something that I'm not super fond of. And the thing that makes them, I think, actually too strong is not necessarily just their fighting capability straight up. It's the ability to, with like 4 clicks, maybe as few as 2 or 3, shift click a Liberator into a mineral line, leave it, lock down that entire mineral line if your opponent either A, doesn't have air units. Well, actually, that's a lot of it. A lot of the time, that's just it. If your opponent doesn't have air units, you've just locked down an entire base for 1 unit, a couple of actions. And I think that that's a big problem. I think that that's a big problem. And the fact that the Liberator was going to be nerfed by... the fact that the Liberator was going to be nerfed by 0.75 range while getting a massive radius buff was like crazy that was even proposed as being a nerf. When were ultras... Stuff like that isn't in a vacuum, though. Liberators are fine if Terrans themselves have to deal with harassment by the other races equally. I mean, it is fair to say that cracklings, speedling run-bys, are massively punishing if you don't stay on top of them. Like, massively punishing. And it's really easy to not stay on top of them and just get run over by them. Like, it's super, super easy to get absolutely owned by speedling run-bys. But how many speedlings does it take to, like, wreck a base? It's quite a few more than... Well, even then it depends, actually, because if you get 8 speedlings into a mineral line or 10 speedlings into a mineral line in the late game with crack and the opponent doesn't respond at all, then they'll kill a lot of workers. But it's still a disproportionate response required to deal with a ranged Liberator. I just think that the depot change was just goofy because there's no need to buff orbital commands. They were already so strong. Like, they were already so strong. It just... Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. If the heal was instant, it would have been busted. It would have legitimately been a broken change. As it is, it's not imbalanced. It's just why. Like, we gave Terran something when they're absolutely the strongest race. For sure. Now, granted, you can make an argument, and it might actually be a very correct one, that a lot of it was the map pool. Like, the map pool was very good for Terran in the previous patch. Like, extremely good. But there's no doubt that Terran was the leading race by a decent amount. A decent amount. Now, does that mean we have to nerf Terran? Not necessarily. It means we have to change the map pool for sure. Definitely that had to be done. But, and I even said this on the podcast, like, we don't even know if Zerg, for example, was OP in the previous patch. Because the maps would have hidden any issues. But why are you giving the race that has experienced the most success recently like so many quality of life buffs. Granted, not most of them didn't get through, but it's like, let's think of the optics of this. Like, yeah, it just is bizarre. It is super, super bizarre. No, I actually think the previous patch was very, very close to balanced. And I actually don't think that the balance was bad on the previous patch. I think that, yeah, I legit think Clem was the best player at EWC. I think that the 4 best players at EWC finished top 4. Or rather, okay, actually, I don't know about that. Because Oliveira got really fucked. And he might have actually been playing as one of the best four best players at that tournament. Yeah. But I do think that the players that were playing the best finished the highest. Clem, Cyril, and maybe a few others make balance hard. Well, the thing that we don't talk about is how difficult Hero makes balance because of how insanely inconsistent he is. And that's not to say that he's not good. It's more to say that compared to somebody like Cyril or Clem, who is, well, especially Cyril. Cyril is so consistent in how good he is. It feels like Hero is almost as equivalently inconsistent, where he can be legitimately the best player in the world, one game, and then can look so unremarkable in the next game. And sometimes that even happens in the same game. Actually, there will be many times in the same game, and it's happened many times in history where a hero has had like a terrible start, or the game is going fine, and then he takes an awful engagement, like a truly baffling engagement where you're like, how could you have ever thought that would go okay? And he finds himself down like 80 supply, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna win now. And then he just like, through ability, micro, skill, and determination, he just comes back and makes an impossible game winnable. And it's good. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing that he's able to do that. But it does make it muddies the water of like trying to interpret balance. The thing is, though, yeah, exactly. Since he is like the best performing Protoss in the world, that really... Also, Gemini would be fuming right now at the capital H. The fact that Hero is the best Protoss player in the world in terms of offline tournament results is quite telling, because he is not consistent. And I would say the most consistent Protoss in terms of performance is Classic. But the problem with Classic is that he will do 99.9% of what it takes to win a game of StarCraft against the absolute best players in the world. And then so often will trip and fall right at the finish line. And it's happened in multiple games, in multiple times. I quote this series all the time, but the series between Classic and Dark, I mean, to be fair, Dark does this to players so often. Yeah, man, it's ridiculous. But Dark does this to players so often where he just steals their soul. Like, he actually just harvests their entire soul. He puts it in his pocket. Then he takes it out, crushes it, farts on it, puts it in a nuclear reactor to cook, and then eats it, all while maintaining unbroken eye contact with the person whose soul he's taken. And then he does it 3 more games in a row. And you're like, geez, that's Is MaxPax's... I feel like MaxPax's win rate is higher versus Dark. In recent history, it definitely is. It almost has to be. I feel like MaxPax eventually hit a point where he didn't lose to Dark anywhere near as much. Also, Hero has a really strong win rate versus Dark. Like 60-40. Yeah, so they're 50-50 on Aligulac. MaxPax. MaxPax has a very small advantage on Aligulac. But if you look at, like, for example... There was one tournament where I remember MaxPax beat Dark. And I think he even got double jeopardied in it. Nah, I mean, actually, they're pretty consistently back and forth. Although for the last, like, funnily enough, this isn't what I was thinking of. Oh, no, actually, it does. Oh, no, this goes back to the beginning of the year. So there was a period where Dark beat MaxPax 3 times in a row. And then since then... That was January 24th at the beginning of this year. Since then, MaxPax has gone 5-2 in series against him. Wait, they've barely played since then. They haven't played in a long time. So they haven't... Have they not played an official match on the new patch? Well, all right, then. We're going to set that up. I got to set that up. That Hero's win rate versus Dark is that high is surprising to me. Well, they're both ultra chaotic players who play very out there. It's actually higher than 60-40, by the way, in matches. It is 60... Hero has an almost 64% win rate versus Dark in series. Maps, they're a little bit closer. It's like 55%. The thing is, I've seen games, and I cast one of them recently, where Dark has dismembered Hero. And he did that in the most recent game that they played in the KSL, which, by the way, is going to be happening this week. KSL. Also, once again, huge thank you to OSC SC2, or Eddie SC2, OSC. If you want to join OSC Elite, exclamation OSCE in the chat. If you want to play in these King of the Hills, it would be awesome. I've just been yapping for a while. I'm going to rate up Rotterdam in a little bit, but there is a lot to talk about when it comes to design and, like, balance and how things should be viewed and how things should be approached. In basic terms, Rogue cheesed both maps and failed. It was kind of really bad starts. Really bad starts or really bad strats? These talks are interesting to me. Yeah, to me too. That's why I'm having them. And the thing is, I'm super open. I'm super open to having these talks as long as, like, people are... And like, I know that I'm loud and I'm, like, very, like, ah, but, like, I'm just passionate. As long as people, you know, keep everything above the belt and they're not, like, shitting on players or, like, shitting on whoever or being, like, just unnecessarily mean, then, like, I love having these conversations, these talks. And yeah, I feel like people have been super chill. Yeah, exactly. As long as people are open to talking and not being dicks. The thing is, I'll be like a little bit of a dick, but it'll be like playfully, you know? And I usually try and like read the person's comments and be like, okay, is this person being a little cheeky? If so, then I'll be a little cheeky back. Like, not Fear Dragon does that a lot. With the way he chats. Yeah. Hanmono did Battle Mech both maps too. I hope they played on the fixed version. I don't know what the protocol was. I know that the mod is available, but if people didn't know about it, and and it wasn't like expressed aggressively. It's possible that it was played on the bugged version. I doubt it. I would assume that it was probably played on the correct version. I would hope so. But yeah, I don't know. I just really love this game, and I just really want it to be the best version that it can be. And I think a lot of people are in a similar boat. The problem is, like, there's just so much tribalism, right? And I know that I have a bias towards Zerg. That's not possible for me to get away from. Like, I've played the race for 14 years. I can't get away from that entirely. But it doesn't mean that it clouds my judgment. But the thing is, with all that being said, that's almost always when I'm in game or when I see stuff. So, like, definitely watching Cristiano versus Mixu was a pain point. It was a pain point for me, for sure. But I think that it can be a constructive thing as long as you're aware of it. You can be like, okay, I know that I have this bias. So let me think about it from the other perspectives. Let me think about when the other players are facing stuff. So, for example, like, acknowledging that it's very difficult for Terran to deal with a ton of speedlings getting through your natural wall, getting into your base when you're set up at your 5th base and you have most of your defenses there. You think you may have some bias towards Zerg from watching Steadfast? Maybe. There is no denying, though, for example, like, that the hardest late game army to control is the Zerg army. There's no denying that. No other race has as many units that need to be like synergized as late game Zerg. And I'm specifically talking about late game ZVP. ZVT, you can do a lot with, like, A-move units. Like, so in ZVP, if you add... Well, okay, if you add just Vipers add a lot of power. And if you add just Infestors can add some power as well, especially if you can get Neural Parasites off versus a Protoss army. Or even just Fungaling High Templar, keeping them in place. But in ZVT, it feels a lot more like if you just add those units in. Like Fungal Growth, for example, with an Ultraling Bane army, or even a Hydraling Bane army, just locking down Medivacs, keeping them from escaping, locking down the Bio, keeping it from escaping, locking down the Ghosts. Like, all of those are really, really strong. They increase the power level of the army significantly, and in a linear or maybe even, like, logarithmic way, like, they're worth a lot more when you add them together. But in, like, late game ZVP, if you have Vipers and Corruptors and you are facing a composition that you need Vipers, Corruptors, and Infestors, the Vipers and Corruptors do very poorly. They are not enough. Or if you have a situation where you need Infestors as well as Vipers to be added on to whatever... Like, basically, you just need more of the pieces in order for the puzzle to look okay. But then, as once again, I've said this so many times, when you see Serral put all the pieces together into a perfect sphere of cohesion, it looks so strong. And he looks so good with it. Yeah, I don't know. I hate how the Balance Council backed down from their patch. I think their patch was interesting. Do you mean the whole patch? Because I think there was a lot of things. Force Multiplier. Yeah, Force Multiplier is definitely correct, but it's more like if you add on... It's a negative Force Multiplier in some cases if you have some of the pieces but not all of them. And that's what I'm kind of trying to get across. Any more games today? None more that I'll be casting. Unlikely. The thing is, I would play, but, like, with the bugged ladder, I just really don't want to even look at the Cyclone. I really have no desire to even look at the Cyclone. The other, actually, oh wait, you know what? I did not look at, so I was super busy this weekend. I did not get to see most of the games from Home Story Cup, and the plan was to go back over some of them. Actually, yeah, looking at the games from Home Story Cup, are there any games that people are like, ooh, these were amazing games? I actually don't think Cyril has a mental block when it comes to Clem. I think it's just that Clem is just that fast. Although, once again, I didn't see the games yet. I'm going by the previous... The other thing is Cyril was also in the military. I'm going by EWC at this point. This is the first time I felt like I don't want to play Zerg anymore at all, to be honest. I'm not... It does not feel fun. It hasn't felt fun to play Zerg in a while, I think. And I think this patch has made it even worse. Particularly against Protoss. I think it's funny because they're like, hey, we wanted to make the game... Part of the objective of the patch was to make the game, supposedly, more appealing to lower level players. But by making the mothership unabductable, you've now buffed the crap out of Carrier Storm styles that utilize the mothership. Like, it's... I don't know. It's weird because a lot of the things that happened, and granted, I think this one was in response to the community, because the community was like, why can the mothership be abducted? And I really wish that the Balance Council hadn't just been like, okay, sure. Like, that sucked. That really sucked. The Reddit cesspool. Yeah, that's what I mean. The Reddit cesspool really has ruined... to be fair, I think a lot of the things in the patch should not have gone through. I would have loved to have seen the Liberator change be more of a nerf. Because I do think that the Liberator is a little... has been, at least, a little bit too strong against Protoss. It does feel like if there's a magic number of Liberators, you kind of just can't fight the Terran army anymore. Which I'm just not the biggest fan of. Thank you very much, Mandrake 8000 for the Prime resub at 11 months, by the way. I don't quite think it's as cut and dry as that Bobo Bag of Barnyard. The other one, I will say the Viking damage point change was a weird one a while ago. That one was weird. Give this new patch a chance. There's still things that need to be undone about it. First of all, we can't get any data from ladder now because this Cyclone is bugged. A bunch of things were just borked. Yeah, so these are things that I consider must. These are things that are not, as far as I'm concerned, an option. They must be changed. They are needs. You must, as far as I'm concerned, undo the mothership abduct change. You must. That is a must change. I think the disruptor must be addressed in some way. Ba, 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 ba. I think maybe those are the only things. For me, maybe these aren't musts, but I think they're important. I think the orbital command being team colored is... You know how I know this game is fucked? The views on the game state between normies, pros, and casters are so divergent at this point it is almost impossible to find a middle ground. I actually think pros and casters agree on a lot of things. But yeah, I think pros and casters agree on a lot of things. I think it depends which pro you ask. But, like, right before we got a huge balance change, I want to say it was, like, 3... Was it 2 or 3 patches ago? It was the Widowmine nerf. I basically called 80% of the changes. I basically was like, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done. And basically everything that was changed was a good change. I'm not saying put me in charge of the balance. I don't want that smoke. People are going to be such shitheads towards me if I were. But I was very much aligned, and that patch was one of the best patches we've had since basically the removal of the Void Ray meta. That was the one where Widowmines no longer killed like 10 probes at once. I was like, we need to find a way so that they don't do that. They needed to be less effective versus Zerg in general. What else? I want to see... Was that 5.0.12? I think it was 5.0.12. Oh, I said the Raven was too strong, I'm pretty sure. Said the Raven was too strong. That was where they made Interference Matrix an upgradable thing. I said the Hellbat was too strong, that it one-shotted Lings in a cone. That got removed. I said that Lurker Burrow was too strong with Adaptive Talons, and I said that Lurkers in their current form with being able to move... I'm just going to show the entire patch. So I'm just going to... That map pool was pretty good for Zerg too. It actually wasn't. It actually was... That was actually a good Terran map pool. It just was not anywhere near as insane as the last one. I know I've been yapping for a while. And I'm not going to stop. Heh. Okay, yeah, so this is 5.0.12. So this one, I had no idea why they went through with it. Nobody wanted it. But funnily enough, it was... Now that we've reverted back to the other Cyclone, it's been kind of cool seeing it. Yeah, it's really interesting. At least the games today, it was cool. All right, have a go, Namiro. Oh, yeah, I said EMP was too strong against Protoss. I said that needed to be addressed. I also said it was too strong against Ultras. That was what this addressed. This one, they just buffed Clem directly, which is really funny. I said the minimap radius. I didn't say that it needed to be bigger, but I did say that it was a good change, and I agreed with it. I said the Raven was too strong. I said the Hellbat was too strong against Zerglings in the late game. I said Adaptive Talons was too strong for what it did. The ability to reposition Lurkers was too strong. I didn't necessarily say this change needed to happen, but I did say that, yeah, the ability to reposition the Infestors was way too powerful. This one I disagreed with, and I still think I disagree with it. Because now the Infestor's damage just feels so inconsequential. But it's obviously nice not having to research pathogen glands and having the units be big. This one blew my mind because this is like the only quality of life change that Zerg has gotten in a long time. And it's so insignificant towards balance. And when we were talking about it on Real Talk Strategy, people were like Zombie Grub and I think Fear Dragon. Who else? They like pushed back on it really hard. And I was like, this one is unlike the Depot top hat, the Depot cooldown, where that one could actually impact a game in like a real way. This one was just like such a nothing change. No one has ever had a game at the, like, no top level game in history has ever been decided by this change. But this was a good change in terms of like, okay, now you're less likely to kill your own building with your own units. Is anyone actually arguing that you should be killing your own buildings with your own units and that you should somehow be punished for it? It's already like difficult to control Vipers, and players that can do it well shouldn't have to do it even better. So I like it, this one just felt like so weird that people pushed back on it so hard. But I understand it was also at the time when Zerg was doing even better. Like Zerg was doing really well. So I understand why they were like initially like, hey, this is ridiculous. But it was just, it ended up being like, okay, no, like guys, come on. This is only going to affect Serral. Or sorry, this is not going to affect Serral. This is only going to affect like Gold League players that are using 5 Vipers to try and suck down a hatchery. The Broodlord change, I remember being not sure about this. I remember saying Overlords always felt underwhelming. Drop presence was always good. Or drop ability would always be better. This is not negatively impacted balance, I think, in any way. This one, I don't think anyone asked for. The slightest buff to... Wait, this didn't go through, I don't think. No, this didn't go through. And then this one. I was calling for this as well. I was calling for a Baneling nerf versus... Yeah, I forgot about this one. I was calling for the Baneling nerf versus Protoss. Now, I will say, I think I still disagree with this whole thing. The HP removal, well, Banelings feel really, really weak now. Versus Terran specifically, like Terran Bio. But the Widowmine was nerfed. So, like, it was kind of a fair trade. But it still feels like Terran did just fine. Because you can still play non-Widowmine styles versus Zerg, but you can't really play non-Baneling styles versus Terran. You kind of can go Roach, but it's not super great. It's kind of ugly. I think that was most of them. Oh, and then I said the mothership was super jacked, and it was better. It is better. This version of the mothership was better than the old version. Baneling not one-shotting workers was good, but the health nerf was bad, in my opinion. That's how I feel, too. It's just crazy how Terran can just stand and fight versus Banelings pretty much completely. The Hydra changes went through. Really? Did they revert it since then? Am I... Hang on. Oh my god, Groove Spines is... 75 minerals, 75 gas. Am I going to cast some games from Home Story Cup? I want to, but I'm also kind of tired, and I did not get a ton of sleep last night. Wait. I need to go into a custom game right now for no particular reason. Why does Liquipedia say Groove Spines is 75 minerals, 75 gas, but then when you click on the upgrade, it says 100 minerals, 100 gas, and has a longer build time? Make fungal last 60 seconds. Nice. Yeah, I think sleep first is probably a good call. They did not remerge the upgrades. No. So people talk about bunker build time. Hydra upgrades is actually the unsung bunker build time. Okay. We're just gonna not do anything. It'd be cool if they just swapped fungal with ensnare at this point. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're just hopping into a quickie AI game, cause I feel crazy. I feel crazy right now.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
I don't even know what the quickest way to get up to hydras is, but we're gonna go for quick hydras here.
We require more minerals.
Is a 14-14 a quick way to get it? Probably.
We require
We're
more
larva
minerals.
capped. Cringe.
We require more minerals.
Would it be worthwhile? Yeah, it probably would be.
We require more minerals.
I think you in this. I'm like, I think I should just start the queen right away. Like theory crafting as though this is a real build order, or sorry, start the layer right away. But unironically, that's probably it, because I'm literally just racing to get up to.
We require more minerals.
Fastest possible Hydra Den. Oh yeah, I was looking at a super old update, by the way. But it's really funny that Liquipedia maybe has the wrong data. I still get messed up by the auto rally on the hatcheries.
We require more.
Look at that, we're actually...
We require more minerals.
Oh no, we've been
We
scouted.
require more minerals.
They see our quick Hydra rush. Emergency hotfix just went live. Oh, okay. Did it really now? Wow. I forgot about this. I forgot about groove spines being 75 mineral, 75 gas. For the amount I make hydras, that's crazy.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
I legit forgot about this. You didn't get the update in EU? Yeah, they always push stuff to NA first. NA gets to be the, Oh.
Forces under attack. We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. We require more
Oh, sick. Hold steadfast. That was great. Oh, man, I want to subscribe to this guy. Oh, this guy's so hot. What? That was weird, chat.
Not enough energy.
But thank you.
We require
Very kind of
more
you.
minerals.
Okay, so maybe we actually will play a ladder game.
We require more minerals.
Are you losing to AI? No, I just kicked the crap out of AI. Are you kidding me? You see that? You saw that drone, Micro? That was insane. They're gonna write stories about that. Definitely not about the supply block I just found myself in. That's right. I have spare APM to stack drones at this stage in the game. No biggie. That's another thing. I'm also biased into having a longer early game. Oh, wow. Yo, we got ambushed. Mad ambushed. Yo, what the hell? What the hell is this, AI? Yo, Terran isn't that hard, right?
Not enough energy.
This is unironically good practice. You guys saw that? You saw that? It's the man everyone's talking about, Liquid Clam. I told you guys I'm actually kind of good at this game. No, I constantly say how bad I am at this game. Imagine if I microed against this, like this against people. Oh, yeah, they made a Hydra damage point buff at some point. Yeah, I don't want to say that, like, I beat the crap out of the AI, but I kind of beat the crap out of the AI, didn't I? Look at those splits.
Not enough energy. Our forces are under attack.
Wait, where'd the drones go? He didn't research Burrow and hide them at the natural, did he? Oh. Oops.
Spawn more overlords. Spawn more overlords.
Yeah, this is the kind of BM that the AI hasn't left yet, right? Should I dance?
We require more minerals. Not enough energy.
Oh, no GG. Yo, the AI had this much APM? That's funny. Was the upgrade a different cost? It used to be. Imagine if you had to accept the surrenders and ladder. That would be funny. Wait, they did GG, didn't they? So, okay, there's very hard AI. I'm definitely subbing now. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's wise man, wise man. Wise man once said, I subscribe to Steadfast. And other wise men said, yes, me too. It did GG. Yeah. I'm just a knob. A nubbin. Okay, so did they fix it? They did fix it? Hotfix came mysteriously at about 12:30 p.m. EST on today's date after the intern's lunch break. Oh, thank God. Now is the time to do what Fiance did and farm the Terrans that are higher MMR than they're supposed to be. As if I could farm anyone. What's with AI? Oh, nothing. I was just playing against the AI. I was just being a dummy. What was fixed? So, if they fixed everything, what was the full list of bugs? There was the Oracle Revelation range bug. There was the... I don't remember what the other ones were, but the biggest one, and there might not even have been more than that, but the biggest one, oh, there was a mothership one. Yes, that's what it was. Something about the cloaking field. The biggest one was the Cyclone bug. The Cyclone bug was huge. Ultralisk speed. Wait, is it supposed to be nerfed more than it was? Is that what I'm hearing? Because if that's the case, oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry, guys. Just looking at some IRL stuff. Once again, thank you very much to Protostegosaurus as well for putting on the cups. Putting on, the Picosaur Monday. Organizing that, making that happen. Ultra speed was supposed to be nerfed by 0.24 and was nerfed by 0.11. So, wait, is it even worse than it was? Do we know which version? Okay, let's... How do I... Oh, man, how do I check if this worked? How do I check if this worked? It's funny because I played like a ZBT pretty early on, and I didn't know that anything was up, and I think I was already going to lose the game. What was the mothership bug? Apparently there was something with the cloaking field, where the units could still be targetable even if they were cloaked. Which, if that's the case, I'm like, that's bad. But I remember playing games against the Cyclone and being like, something don't feel right. Something don't feel right. All right, let's fire up one. That unit ain't right. Yeah, I know that I haven't played against the old Cyclone in a while, but it felt really suffocating to play against. I was like, All right, we got a ZVZ. Zerg returning to the ladder. Could this be an indicator?
Not enough. Good luck and have fun. You're gonna need it. Minerals now. Get them. Not enough minerals. Spawn more Overlord.
I should have just let it go with the minerals. Now my hatch is going to be super duper late. Just kidding, it's almost right on time. I guess this is a very short rush to... Oh, yeah, it's only 2 close mineral patches. I always forget. Always forget. Where do we want to put our pool on this map?
Not enough minerals. Minerals now. Get them.
Should I restart and to download it? Yes, that is what you will need to do. Now, I don't know for sure that I'm not being cheesed. An opponent did not GLHF. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but doesn't always mean nothing either. Okay.
Not enough minerals.
Feeling the cost of the new queen there a little bit, but more so than anything, feeling the
minerals now.
Map.
Get 'em.
Oh man.
Not enough minerals. Minerals now.
Yeah, the map only having 2 closed mineral patches really janks your economy relative to the timings. I remember yeah, Cyril was talking about that, and he's like, I don't really care too much about maps, but I really don't like when this happens, like specifically.
You made another queen. Nice. Not enough minerals. Your forces are under attack.
Look at that.
We need more sky elephants.
Oh, don't look at that, though. Don't look at that.
Our army be
Don't look at that. I take it back. Don't look at...
Spawn more Overlord.
Oh my god, that supply block is
are under attack.
terrible.
Our army be scrapping. Evolution complete. Minerals, now! Get them! Not enough minerals. Minerals, now! Get them! You're gonna need a tad bit more energy. Yeah, you need to put that on the purple stuff. Not enough minerals. Unacceptable command. Not enough, and your forces are under attack. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. You're gonna need a tad bit more energy.
Okay, we got a triple stack there. Let's fix it.
Hey, they're attacking our base. Not enough. Base is under attack.
Oh, cool. Great stuff from me.
Mutation. Unacceptable command.
This guy is scouting really well for a
You're gonna need a tad bit more energy.
player of this level.
It can't do that. Not enough energy. You're gonna need a tad bit more energy. We need more sky elephants. I mean, over there. Our army be scrapped.
Oh, look at that.
Not enough energy. You're gonna need a tad bit more energy. Spawn more overlords. Not enough energy. Minerals, now! Get them! It can't do that. Your forces are under attack. The minerals have up and gone. Our army be scrapped.
We just have more stuff.
Mineral field depleted. And they're out of here.
All right. Bum, 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 bum. What did Cyril say about maps? Did Cyril say something about maps? Oh, about close mineral patches. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, guys. He hates maps that don't have 4 close mineral patches because the amount you mine is actually different enough that it changes the timings of all build orders. And it might not seem like much, but for example, your hatchery might go down 2 to 3 seconds later if you only have 2 close mineral patches, which means your pool goes down 2 to 3 seconds later. Sometimes, and it snowballs from there. It gets incrementally bigger to the point where you might actually have a build that hits 10 seconds later than it would on a normal map. Depends how far the pro blocking maybe gets a dash better. Yeah, exactly. For certain things, pro blocking becomes better. Reaper might arrive later or earlier. Your queen might be out later or earlier. Like, there are differences. And if you have a trained metronome in your head that I inject at 158 or 159 because that's when my queens pop out, and then they don't pop out until 201, you're thrown off your rhythm. And there's not really any reason for it to be that way. But the thing is, you're not having different builds. You're just having different timings. The builds are not different. Like, no one is being like, okay, I'm going to, build whatever. Like, I'm going to cut a worker to do this. They're just getting the stuff out later. Now, you can make the argument that it allows you to... Like things, I guess, are just kind of different, and therefore you have to adjust to it mentally, and that's a good thing. But I don't really feel that way. Yeah, even though the player got, I don't know, they killed, like, quite a few drones, like 8 drones or something with their main run by. I was already quite far ahead in macro at that point. I do not know who this is.
Not enough. Good luck. Have fun, and beat him, probably.
This could be the player. I think it's Jimmy Micron. Or Jimmy Micro. But I have no idea.
Minerals, now!
Would match with their MMR. They're a pretty good player. They've beat me.
Not enough minerals.
I think they're better than I am. Beat me a few times. It's that streamer? Oh, okay, cool.
We need more sky elephants. I mean, over. Minerals, now! Get them! Not enough minerals.
Ah, nose just got so itchy. Supposed to be bug fixes.
Minerals, now!
They may have rolled out the code but not activated it yet, because I think that's something they can do. Oh my god, can you imagine if they broke all the Home Story Cup replays again? Oh no. You're brave laddering in these dangerous times. Thank you, Goo-Goos. But apparently, they rolled out the new patch. Ladder's been dangerous for Zerg for a long time. This is nothing new to me. Can I mine run? No, I shouldn't have waited.
Our drones are in need of a hero. You made another queen. Nice.
All right, we passed the skill check he put us through. Okay, we failed that one pretty hard.
Our army be scrapping. You're gonna need a tad bit more energy. Your forces are under attack. We evolved. Stuff got better. Unacceptable command. Minerals now. Get them. Not enough energy. You're gonna need a tad bit more energy. Not enough energy. Minerals now. Get them. Not enough minerals. Minerals now.
Now, is he going for 2 base muta? Unclear.
You're gonna need a tad bit more energy. Spawn more overlords. A new queen. Not enough energy.
Although it seems like it based on...
more energy. Not enough energy.
Oh. Perhaps not.
You're gonna need a tad bit more energy. Not enough minerals. Not enough energy. Minerals, gas. You need gas. We hulked this out.
Aye, that was a changeling, but it was my own Zergling.
Your forces are under attack.
The absolute classic.
Our evolution complete.
Oh, we got him. We bamboozled him so hard.
And they're out of here.
What the hell? We scam-boozled him. Oh, okay, yeah. We kind of countered him. Oh, this was a nifty little build we did here, wasn't it? A pretty little cool build here. Perhaps we should have pulled off gas earlier, but we forced the full wall. He built the spine crawler. Drone counts okay. I feel like we're fine here. And we start the carapace so fast. Oh my god, 4 gases on 2 bases? No mutas? What's he doing over here? And he wanted the burrow upgrade? I don't know. It's pretty expensive. I thought for sure it was mutas. So the patch change did not go through? Sag. Or like the patch didn't actually update? Is that what we're hearing? Is that what we're hearing over here? Was Burrow a misclick? Well, he did it twice though, is the weird thing. Well, I really wanted to play, but the gameplay impression was even better. Only the winning part. Only the winning screen. Heh. You're buttering me up. You're too sweet. All right. Yeah, we're gonna raid up Rotti. Gonna raid up Rotterdam. He's been very kind to us, giving us a bunch of great raids recently, so we'll raid him back. You all know who Rotterdam is. He's the greatest commentator. Period. That's it. He just is. All right. Thank you very much for hanging out, tuning in. I will likely be back over the next 4 days covering the qualifiers for their tournament. Masters Coliseum 8, 9? 9? 9? 8? I don't know. One of them. Either way, it's going to be good games qualifying into it. I believe it's the Asia qualifier tomorrow. Actually, before I raid, let me see what time it is. Because I might not even be able to cover it. I think I can. I think I can. Okay, it starts at 7 a.m. We can do it. Surely we can do it. Of course we can, and don't call me Shirley. When is the next one? The next one is same time, the Korea qualifier. That's Friday morning at 7 a.m. Oh, when is the Saturday one? Wait, there's 2 Korea qualifiers. Oh, man. Oh, that sucks, because that's KSL the night before. We'll figure it out. We'll come up with something. All right, thank you very much for hanging out, tuning in.